No. All those good second and third line guys they have cannot put the puck in the net.
But Robinson, he's, he's, Wyatt Johnson's a good player.
Wyatt Johnston heading into last night's game was -16.
Yeah, doesn't have a point in this series.
What the hell?
Ben's done nothing. Ranton, because I don't know. I mean, maybe they're second line players, but that's a pretty good team.
No, yeah.
I mean, that's a top 5 roster in the league, I think.
Without question. Without question. I will say I am more excited about a Florida-Edmonton final this year than I was last year. I thought Florida was going to – I picked them in 5 last year, and when it was 3-0, I was like, yeah. This year, I actually think we'll have a series.
Feeney. Yesterday was 100 days.
I was going to say, Feeney was 100 yesterday.
An entire day, young man.
And a big day, because we started yesterday.
How about the coaches telling Greg Sankey what they wanted?
How about the coaches and the ADs on 2 totally different pages?
Yeah, I wonder who wins, though. The coaches puts a lot of pressure on the ADs and Sankey when the coaches are all saying the 5-11 model. I find that interesting. It's the way it should be, but
How is everybody?
good for Halliburton. I didn't see this quote. No one had ever scored that many points with at least 15 assists and no turnovers in NBA history. He added 5 threes, only making his already unique to history performance even stand out more. I didn't know that. I feel like we're making up stats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You may now be my new favorite player in the league.
Okay, music, you heading north or south?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If Miller and Moulton promise you anything today, we will deliver a poll question. We haven't discussed it. We don't know what it is, but we didn't provide you with one yesterday. So at the very least, we feel we need to provide you with one today. Rest of the show is completely up in the air, but you will get a poll question. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Wow, that's a lot of pressure to start the show. I mean,
I know.
We're not good at. We actually spoke for a couple minutes before. I thought of one last night. I don't know how good it is. I almost texted you, but I did send a text. You didn't really respond, so I left you alone for the rest of the night.
I was tired, and I was hanging in there, okay, just trying to get through the 2 playoff games. And also, I figured if I responded, because I was halfway to responding, and I'm like, man, if I send this is a tough text not to respond to. Now all of a sudden we're texting back and forth. Yeah, I don't know if we should be doing that. How about if we just watch the games? I'll do 4 hours with them tomorrow. We'll talk about some of this stuff, I'm sure. Here's when I often think of a poll question between like 4 in the afternoon and 9 o'clock at night. The question then becomes, am I thinking of what the poll question should have been for the show that we did 10, 12 hours earlier? Or am I thinking of a poll question for the next day? So I'm curious, was that question that you thought of actually something that we should have rolled out at 6:30 in the morning yesterday, or does it fit today?
It fits today's. Mine had nothing to do with anything we talked about on yesterday's show. It had more to do with things that happened during the day yesterday involving college football and the SEC coaches not being on the same page with the athletic directors and Greg Sankey. And I found that fascinating that Lane Kiffin walked to the podium and said the complete opposite of everything Sankey had been talking about for a couple of days. And I went, well, I'll be damned. They're not on the same page.
No, they're not. No, they're not. I will say I don't know so far what I've enjoyed more from the SEC meetings. All right. The coaches walking up to the podiums and speaking an entirely different language and college football world than their athletic directors and the commissioner of the SEC, or the incredibly awkward moments when these coaches are sitting next to Paul Feinbaum and they're on his show. Oh my goodness. Wow. It is staggeringly awkward, yet riveting. Can't take your eyes off it, radio/television. Because, well, Paul has said a lot of things about these coaches, and they've all taken receipts. And they all feel good enough with themselves because they all make more money than him. All right. A lot more.
And their fan base wants them to be combative.
Yes.
Towards Paul Feinbaum.
Right. As Lane Kiffin said to Paul Feinbaum yesterday, is there a fan base that likes you? And Feinbaum actually thinks about it and goes, and at the same time, they both said, Bama? Okay, kind of like a question mark. And Feinbaum goes, well, they did, but that was because of Saban, and I got on that train early. And Lane laughed, and then Paul goes, but I'm not so sure I'm getting on the next train.
There you go. That's the way to start it out.
So, yeah, so they've been fun. They've been entertaining. Okay. In fact, what they should do for the rest of the SEC meetings is they should make sure that 2 coaches and 2 ADs do not speak in a row. Okay. They need to stagger this because it's almost like that old CNN show Crossfire. You know, the AD comes up and has their point of view, and then the coach comes up and has a completely different point of view. And it's like, do you guys talk at all? No?
Not really.
No, just the only person that Jimmy Sexton talks to the one on behalf of the other, right? That's how this works.
Pretty much. Pretty much. But yes, a lot happening in Destin with the SEC Media Days, but 2 very good playoff games last night.
Yes.
And we are closer to a final in both sports based on what happened a night ago. The Pacers have continued on with what they do in the playoffs. They win games 1, 2, and 4. They've won game 5 every time as well. They've lost all their game 3s. Last night, Halliburton was amazing, a triple-double, and the Pacers held off the Knicks. They kind of had seemingly a lead throughout, and the Knicks would close it, and the Pacers would retake it. And it just seemed like that was the game all night long. The Knicks had a little lead, I believe, second quarter, but for the most part, every time the Knicks got close, the Pacers would respond with some buckets and push that lead out to 8-10 and force the Knicks to play from behind. The Knicks turned it over too much last night, and the Pacers took advantage.
And it's a real simple series. The Knicks, the only time they've been able to slow the Pacers down, they won. All the other times they've lost. The Knicks have scored in regulation 121 points and lost, and 125 points and lost. I mean, there it is. That's the series. And for what it's worth, Miller and Moulton both picked the Pacers for this very reason. We did not think the Knicks defensively could slow the Pacers down. And the only time they have was game 3 when they held them to 100, and they held them to, I think, 41 in the second half. And they were able to come from behind and win. That's it.
Because the Pacers don't care if you score also. The Pacers, just like their name, are into the pace of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The Pacers want to play at a very quick pace. When they do that, they score. And if you're going to allow a team to play at that with that style and with that pace, they're tough to beat. And the Knicks, again, you know, last night, what did they have? I think 17 turnovers.
It's too many.
You can't do that against a team that's that efficient offensively.
You can't do that. But then again, I mean, Mark, if you had told me that the Knicks were going to score 125 points in regulation in game 1 and 121 points in regulation in game 4, I'd like to think the series would be at least 2-2. But the Knicks can't stop them. And as Knicks has pointed out in our Twitch chat room, the Knicks were put together to play Boston. The Knicks went out and acquired wings for Tatum and Brown. But I don't know if Brunson and Hart can keep up with the pace of the Pacers.
And look, when Siakam goes like that, they've got no answer for him either.
No, they do not. They do not. Now, it's ironic. Would the Knicks have been better off with Randall and DiVincenzo and not Karl Anthony Towns for the Pacers? Not sure. Randall's not a fast player. Randall was plotting. Would Randall do a better job defensively on Siakam? Maybe. But, the big move that the Knicks made was to combat Boston. And listen, there are a lot of storylines in this series. Halliburton was on, you got to be with this show for a long time. But Halliburton was on the board when the Knicks were drafting, and the Knicks took Obi Toppin. And you can ask Mark Miller about how his co-host felt about that, because the Knicks didn't have Brunson. And I was screaming for Halliburton. And to think that Sacramento had him and traded him. How many players in the league would you trade Tyrese Halliburton for right now? Could you name 8? Honestly, 8 players straight up that you would trade Tyrese Halliburton for. I don't know if you can. Taking age into consideration? Seriously, Mark, off the top of your head, you got 8. I mean, Giannis, okay, Jokic. Yeah, okay, we all know. Yeah. But I don't know if you can come up with the whole second team All NBA that you'd trade Halliburton for. And to think Steve Kerr couldn't get him on the floor in the Olympics, or Jason Tatum. Okay. Right. Got it. Right. Yep.
So the NBA inching closer toward their dream final. When this all began, that Adam Silver and the crew in the New York offices says, if we can get Oklahoma City and Indiana in the final, that would be terrific.
And not only that, both teams and rosters are young and signed. I mean, this could become a thing. This could become like Florida and Edmonton in the NHL. We could maybe do this again.
I will say, Boston and the Knicks was great, and I know everybody wanted Boston and Cleveland. Even though the Pacers are now up 3-1 in this series, the little Midwest versus New York thing works.
Oh, yeah, they hate New York.
Most of us do.
Yes.
Most of us do. And
yes.
You know me, I'm indifferent toward New York teams. I don't have the same thought as most people, but when you see all the stars invade Indiana for the game last night, you're like, oh, send them home upset. That's what you want to see. And it's just, I think, a little bit of human nature sometimes.
The one thing I will say, and this could just be the Knicks fan in me, and I know we're coming up on a hard break, but Knicks fans are not Lakers fans. First off, Lakers fans don't go on the road with their team. And secondly, Lakers fans go to Lakers games to be seen. No, those people are Knicks fans. They're taking the abuse on the road. They're paying top dollar to get those seats, and they're putting up with it. Okay? I mean, I have more respect for the group of first-row people who are in New York who go on the road and take the abuse. That's a fan. They need that in their life. And they're like,
although the abuse you're taking in Indiana and Indianapolis is not the same as you would take, I don't know, in Philadelphia or Boston.
True.
Miller and Moulton, terrific show lined up for you. We'll do a little baseball, a little hockey, and a little Seth Everett, starting 25 minutes away.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, go Raiders. You got to remember, the Knicks are well positioned for next year, too. They're probably better positioned for next year than the Celtics. Coffin ball, I'm with you. I actually think, I mean, there'll be no interest in it, but I think the finals will be entertaining as hell. Whew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers 92 and 99. 92 days away, 13 days tomorrow from the first big day of the college football season, that Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend with 16 games on the schedule. And 14 weeks tomorrow, 99 days away, Eagles hosting the Cowboys to get the 2025 NFL party started.
And unfortunately, David, there's really only one number I'm locked in on. Not your college football number, not your pro football number, but 30 is my big number until vacation.
Oh, that's right.
I've got it up here in the studio. I rip it down every morning with a new day on it, do a little dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, he gets 1 day off, and he comes back and he's feeling it. He's a changed man. Hasn't talked about vacation and time off really since we started this third act, okay? But 1 day off, and he's like, I could do more of this. This would work really well for me. I will say, you know what I think influenced it? It not only was a holiday weekend for you, but your daughter went on like a play weekend.
Right. She went with the friend for the weekend. She went away to a lake house for a weekend. So,
right.
Yes, it was fantastic. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's the first weekend that we've ever had without our daughter. And just Sunday alone, by the pool with my wife, with no responsibilities all day, was glorious.
And that has changed Mark Miller. So he has his countdown. I'll give you the big numbers, 92 and 99, and Mark will give you his number, which is what?
30.
Okay. There we go. There we go. Miller and Moulton. Is there, if we get Oklahoma City, Indiana, what's the Super Bowl comparison? What's the World Series comparison?
I can give you a bunch of Super Bowl comparisons. I mean, just off the top of my head, the Carolina Panthers taking on.
Right. See, because you got to remember, neither franchise. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't consider Oklahoma City being able to claim the 1979 Seattle Supersonics. I'm sorry.
The Houston Texans and the Carolina Panthers.
Okay. Because you know what I'm getting at here. This will be the second appearance in the finals for both franchises, and both of them lost. Indiana lost in 6 to the Lakers in 2000. Oklahoma City lost in 5 to the Heat in 2012. That was LeBron's first title with Miami. So that's also what you take into consideration. Houston is good. They've never been to the Super Bowl. And Carolina has been there twice. And they've lost both. So, okay. All right. Houston, Carolina.
I mean, you've got to stick to the South divisions for these, David. No, because, obviously, Cleveland and Detroit, they've both never been there, but because the franchises have been around so long, and particularly in Cleveland with the fan base that's been through so much, nationally, that would be a huge story. It just would.
Right.
You can't pick an AFC East team or an NFC East team for that matter. You just can't in football.
Agreed.
You can't pick an AFC North team.
Can you go a little Arizona Cardinals action?
You know what? You might be able to go Arizona, Cincinnati.
Cincinnati's been what, 3 times? 0 for 3. Arizona 0 for 1, I believe. So, okay. So Arizona, Cincinnati. Oh, now I like bringing up Cincinnati for this reason. Cincinnati's got Joe Burrow. A lot of people like to see him play. Oklahoma City has got this SGA who just won the MVP. Don't think people have seen him play all that much, but
he's a tough watch. He plays hard. He plays every night. I've said it all year long. The guy plays damn near every game, but his style can be a difficult watch.
Yep.
Like, I think if it's Oklahoma City and Indiana, I think you'll see, if people tune in who haven't watched a lot of hoop, I think they'll pull for the Pacers.
Because of their style of play?
Yes.
They are fun. They are a lot of fun. And they're young, and they're under contract. I mean, they ain't going anywhere. So, nice little thing they've put together.
Both of these teams are set for a while. I mean, we talked about Oklahoma City and what they could do in the offseason if they wanted to, with all of the draft capital they have, all the young players they have under contract. If they wanted to make a split, if somehow the Pacers beat them and they wanted to make a change, they have the ability to make a change right now while they're still really good.
Oklahoma City, Indiana, is this Atlanta, Jacksonville? I know that's pretty regional. They're within a 5-hour drive of each other. But Atlanta's been to the game, twice? Right? They're 0 for 2. Jacksonville's never been. So, and there's very few franchises that haven't even been to the Super Bowl. So, our choices are kind of limited here as to what this would be. But it looks like we're going to get it.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And how will, I'm curious how the networks who cover it will shift to free agency more quickly than they will the final because of the teams that are playing.
I wonder if that'll be part of the pregame and the halftime.
Right.
Okay, whether or not they'll be talking about free agency instead of the actual finals. Yeah, the level of disrespect that the Thunder and the Pacers could get here could be staggering.
Because if it were on TNT, they've been giving these teams love all year long, particularly Oklahoma City.
Yes.
It doesn't fit with the narrative the 4-letter network wants to create.
No.
Which is New York, Boston, LA.
Correct.
I mean, that's it. Maybe Golden State to a lesser extent. But those are the teams that ESPN tries to shove down our throat. And Barkley's done a hell of a job of combating them all year long, saying, you guys are missing the good teams. He was on this 2 months ago.
Yeah, he was on Oklahoma City shortly after the first of the year. He's been talking about this as, you guys just want to talk about the Lakers. Why don't we talk about a good team? Why don't we talk about the Thunder?
I mean, they won 68 games in the regular season.
I
I go do my workout and I throw ESPN on in the background. I'm listening to music. I'm not listening to a word they say, but it's just something on in case they go to a red bottom screen breaking news, I don't miss it. That's really the only purpose of it being on. But they literally yesterday on one of their shows was going, there are no great teams left in the NBA. What in the hell are you talking about? 68 games put you on a short list of all-time teams in the league.
was going to say, I don't think there's been 5 teams that have better one-loss regular seasons than what Oklahoma City threw up on the board this year.
You may not like the makeup of the team, but you cannot at all look at the results and say this is not a great team. It just is.
But I was wondering about that going to bed last night. So what Super Bowl is this? What World Series is this? Like a couple years ago, we had an Arizona-Texas World Series, lowest rated one on record. Oklahoma City, Indiana will be very entertaining. Is anyone going to watch? With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, what's your idea for a poll question?
Do you want to do something with the college football playoff for a poll question? Do you want to do something with hoop? Do you want to do something with hamburgers?
Hamburgers.
It's National Hamburger Day.
How do you like your hamburger?
Huh.
What were you thinking?
Yesterday I was thinking something towards the playoff. You know, whose side are you on? I think everybody would be on the coach's side, but the 4-4-2-2-1-3 or the 5-11. I don't know if you can put that in a poll question because there's a lot of explanation that goes into that. I don't mind what Spitz said there. Which team down 3-1's got the best chance of coming back? Considering all 4 series are 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's any of those work for me. None of those work for me. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with any of them. I think if we do college football, we just have to word it a certain way.
And we can do the college football one tomorrow if we wanted to.
Right.
And put the comeback one up today, because that one obviously could be very irrelevant by the morning and probably will be. What cities' teams do you root against the most? Boston, New York, LA?
Ooh. Yeah, that would work.
I don't know if there's a fourth. I know you put Dallas up there. I've never really, I guess because of the Cowboys, I can see what you're saying, Johnny Finger Lakes. The other cities, we may root against all their teams. All right, we got 25 seconds. One of those you like more than the other?
I'll go with the last one.
Which, the city you root against?
Yeah. And should Philly be included or Chicago?
Philly.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney will join us 1 hour from now. I knew the Rays were going to lose last night because I booked Steve Carney to talk about the Rays and their 6-game winning streak. And I'm like, oh, man, you just put the hex on the Rays. They're going to lose. And they did. But Steve Carney, talk about the Rays who have figured it out, gotten to 500. They're in second in the East. Can this continue? John Forslund, he's calling Game 5 on the radio of the Panthers and the Canes. Will Florida return to the finals? John Forslund, a little more than an hour. Seth Everett in a couple hours with his weekly appearance. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And I'll tell you what, these SEC meetings in Destin, they look like a good time. First off, they're in Destin, beautiful beaches. The weather's been good. All right. Why not, spend a few days after Memorial Day just kicking back? Some Mai Tais, some college football talk. So the athletic directors of the SEC, they want 4 automatic bids for the conference. That's the playoff structure they've instructed Greg Sankey to go get. They then are prepared, once they get 4 automatic bids, to then agree to a 9-game conference schedule. The coaches want nothing that the athletic directors and the commissioner want. The coaches want what is now being called the 5+11 playoff format, which is the top 5 conferences get their champions in. So, the 4 Power 4 conference champions, and then take the best conference champion of the group of 6 or 5, whatever it is now. And then everybody fights for an at-large. That's the 11 at-large spots available. And the SEC coaches are convinced, and they said this, that SEC football will begin to dominate the playoff the way they did in basketball this year, the way they do in baseball and softball. That's what the football coaches are saying. We're the biggest and the best. Let's just give us an even playing field. I like my chances. However, they then say, we ain't going to play a 9-game conference schedule. We ain't interested in that at all. We'll just keep it at 8. So there you have it. The AD's on one side and the coaches on the other. Mark, if you're Greg Sankey, who do you listen to?
Well, you're paid to listen to the athletic directors. But let me ask you this question. Who has more power at the university, the coaches or the athletic directors?
In half the cases, I'd say the coaches. The place where you're successful. If the coach is successful, they've got more power. But they have to reach a certain level. Like, who do we think has more power? Kirby Smart or, the Georgia AD? It's Kirby, of course.
Right.
I mean, he may have more power than the president of the university. By the way, the coaches led by Kirby Smart also really want clarity on the portal. And they want one portal. Right now, there's 2, December and April. And the coaches are like, yeah, 2's got to become 1. And the SEC coaches think that time needs to be the second half of January. It needs to be right when the season is ended. Playoffs are over. It's portal time. Because Kirby and other coaches talked about, do you know what our spring football and spring practices will be like if the portal is in late March or stays in April? Meanwhile, the Big Ten had their meetings last week. They also want just one portal period, but they were talking late March, early April. So this is an area that's interesting. Both power conference coaches want the same thing, just not at the same time of the year. The American Federation Coaches, or the American Football Coaches Association, the AFCA, they're in favor of one portal late January, for what that's worth. The College Football Playoff Committee made it official yesterday, the new seeding model. However, here's the money, just for the heck of it. The top 4 conference champions get $8 million. Congratulations. You get, if you make the playoff, $4 million. Congratulations. If you win a first round game to make it to the quarters, you get an additional $4 million.
And that was the concession to go to straight seeding. They had to give something to the 2 conference champions who were going from 3 and 4 seeds to wherever they'll be in the new model. And money was thrown at them. They accepted the money.
So there you have it. That's some college football news, most of it originating out of Destin in the SEC meetings. Hoops last night. Pacers shot 51%. Tyrese Halliburton was outstanding. A triple-double of 32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, no turnovers. He's a point guard. Siakam chipped in with 30. Pacers kind of armbarred the Knicks. And Knicks closed it to, 4, 5, 6 a couple times. Pacers were like, okay, we'll make it 8-10 here pretty quickly. 130-121. Pacers take a 3-1 lead in the Eastern Finals. Brunson at 31 in the loss for the Knicks. Game 5 at Madison Square tomorrow. Tonight, Oklahoma City tries to advance to the finals for the second time in franchise history. They're 7-1 at home in these playoffs. Thunder with a 3-1 series lead are 8.5-point favorites over the T-Wolves. 8 o'clock tonight, ESPN. The Thunder looking to join the 2012 version that had Durant, Westbrook, and Harden. all on the same team. Can you believe those 3 are still in the league? And
I
that
was
franchise had them all, and
right,
in theory, Harden left over $2 million a year.
right.
Oklahoma City would have gone over and they wouldn't pay a luxury tax fee. Okay, Harden would have signed a 5-year extension for an extra $2 million. Instead, they traded him to Houston, and the game was on. 8.5 tonight. You laying it? Thunder 7-1 at
Probably.
home.
Yeah, if I had to, I would, because we all know when Oklahoma City wins, they win big. They don't win close games. And I know Ant's going to play a hell of a lot better than he did in Game 4, where he barely took any shots, but I don't know how much that'll matter.
Yeah, Game 4 was the aberration. Thunder won a close game against the Nuggets. In Game 4, they won a close Game 4 against the T-Wolves, but otherwise OKC wins big. Hockey, Edmonton, the final score, not nearly indicative of how the game went. Dallas actually controlled the first 2 periods, and yet we're trailing 2-1. And then Edmonton added 2 empty netters to win 4-1. Oilers up 3-1. Panthers are up 3-1 in Carolina tonight, 8 o'clock TNT. Florida's won 4 straight on the road by a combined score of 22-4. They're 7-2 on the road in the playoffs, looking for their 3rd straight trip to the Stanley Cup final and 4th overall tonight. Do they get it, Mark?
I think so. I think this is done. I do worry about the defenseman. I mean, I know Reinhart could be out. Mikkola. Because he plays a lot of minutes. He's a very steady man on the blue line. And I know Ekblad could take a lot of that for him, but that's the more than Reinhart. I'm worried about that injury.
Well, and the early indications yesterday was Reinhart and Mikkola they thought would dress tonight. We'll see. Baseball. Cody Clemens homered with his dad in attendance in Tampa. Twins double up the Rays 4-2. Rays had their 6-game winning streak snapped. They fall back to 500. Yankees got 7 shutout innings from Carlos Rodon. Beat the Angels 3-2 for their 4th straight win. Yelich with a walk-off slam in the 10th. Brewers beat the Red Sox 5-1. Texas with 2 in the 8th to beat Toronto 2-0. Cardinals with 3 in the 8th. Started with a Nolan Arenado homer. 7-4 St. Louis over Baltimore. The Marlins had a 6-0 lead before the Padres came to bat. San Diego tied the game by the 4th and won it 8-6. A nightmare night for Ronnie Simon, a young utility guy for the Marlins who was playing second and committed 3 errors in 1 inning last night and basically was in tears. And they eventually had to take him out of the game. Yikes. Dodgers, Ohtani homered again. That's his 20th, 9-5 over Cleveland. Riley Green had 3 hits and 2 RBIs for the Tigers and another 3-1 win over the Giants. Bryce Harper hit on the right elbow with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and he didn't have an elbow guard. My guess is he'll have one for the rest of his career. Phillies beat the Braves 2-0. Mets with 4 in the first, won their 4th straight, beat the White Sox 6-4. Cubs, they were trailing in the 11th. They had to score 2 in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Rockies 4-3. Colorado 9-46. Reds got 2 homers from Ellie De La Cruz and a 7-2 win over the Royals. Houston got 2 more homers from Jose Altuve. He went 4 for 4. Astros 11-1 over the A's. Arizona led 6-0 at Corbin Burns on the mound and lost to the Pirates 9-6. Pittsburgh with 7 in the 8th. Wow.
Pittsburgh was 0-27 this year when trailing after 7 innings. Their first win all year when trailing after 7.
Cal Raleigh with 2 more homers. He's got 19. Come on, be honest. Do you even know who Cal Raleigh is? And I haven't told you which team he plays for. Be honest with yourselves. Do you know?
David, I wouldn't have a year ago, but he signed the extension, or, he signed a new contract in the summer and made pretty good in the offseason, and made pretty good money. And that's when I started, he's a Seattle Mariner, everybody.
Yes, he is. And the first place Mariners beat the Nats 9-1. Good news for Gators basketball. Aussie big man Alex Condon took himself out of the NBA draft, and he's returning to the Gators. He was projected to be an early second rounder. Houston had a guard, Milos Uzan, do the same thing. So both the Gators and the Cougars having a good day yesterday. Midnight tonight is the deadline. If you want to opt out of the NBA draft and go back to college, you need to do so by midnight. WNBA, Paige Becker's returned to Connecticut. Only this time she plays for Dallas. She scored 21 in a win. New York beat Golden State. Minnesota over Seattle. Our buddy Semesco there's 4-2. Atlanta went to L.A. The Dream beat the Sparks 88-82. We'll have Semesco on the show next week. Phoenix over Chicago 94-89. Golf, the Tour Championship, you know how they do that staggered start? The guy who's in first in the FedEx standings starts at -10. The guy who's second starts at -7. Yeah, they're not doing that anymore. They got rid of that. So there. French Open, Coco Gauff, Jessica Pegula, both winners on the women's side, the second and third seeded Americans yesterday. Zverev and Djokovic, both winners on the men's side. Two pretty significant upsets, however. Medvedev and Dimitrov, both top 15 seeds, both got bounced, and they've both made runs in this tournament before. Got bounced in the first round. Norrie, the Brit, took out Medvedev in 5, a very popular win. And the king is dead. The king is dead. Long live the king. 3-time ECHL champion Florida Everblades ousted in the conference finals last night. Quebec beat them in 6. 6-0 the final, by the way. Wow. But they were going for a four-peat. They had won 14 consecutive series before losing. So hats off to the Blades, and there'll be a new champion in the Echo. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and the king is dead here on Miller and Moulton.
We have a poll question. We really do. We will unveil it on the other side. Steve Carney to join us next hour as well to talk a little Rays. John Forslund and Seth Everett in the 8 o'clock hour. The text line is open for any of your thoughts at 21,000. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for listening. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymade.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So which city sports teams do you root against the most? Is that
Right.
worded properly for you?
Yeah.
Ah.
Excuse me.
Do we know what, Ambient? I don't know what you're... I don't know. I've not watched a second of the French Open, and I can tell you with all sincerity, I won't watch a second.
I mean, I know it's on TNT now, but You get me to next week, week 2. Get me a little Goff, Pagula, Djokovic playing in the second week. After the show, I might turn it on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. Steve Carney in about 35 minutes. We'll talk a little Rays. We'll also ask him, now that it looks like we're going to have Florida Edmonton for a second year in a row, when he looks at the Lightning, and he's part of the Lightning media network, if you will, that, are the Lightning close, or do the Lightning need to make major changes? Certainly Florida has passed Tampa Bay by, but I think a lot of teams now are asking themselves, how close are they? Or do we need to blow this sucker up, which is difficult to do. By the way, one hockey note before we get to our poll question and the rest of the show. Did you see they announced when tickets are going on sale for the Winter Classic in hockey? And the Winter Classic is coming to Florida.
Right. There's 2 of them. There's one in Tampa and one in South Florida, right?
Yeah. Boston and the Lightning. Okay. They're playing the second game. They're playing February 1st. The first game is January 2nd. It's at Marlins Park. It's the Rangers and the Panthers. So the baseball stadium on the southeast coast is being used. The football stadium is being used in Tampa.
Can I ask a silly question? I know that they could be the 2-time defending champions, and they could lose this series and get bounced. I know all of these things are possibilities. But should the Panthers win one more game, that would be 3 consecutive Stanley Cup final appearances.
Yep.
They going to be able to sell enough tickets to fill that place?
Because they're playing the Rangers? Absolutely.
Okay, because it's a regular season, meaningless game.
Right. It is just 2 points in the standings. That's true.
Right.
Right. It's on a Friday. It's the day after, in theory, a lot of people are going to be off. New Year's Day, the day before. I think a lot of people are going to have 4-day weekends, 4.5-day weekends. That's if they worked on New Year's Eve, half a day maybe. Because the game's on Friday, January 2nd, is my understanding. Okay, so I think that'll help them sell some tickets. I think some people will be like, hey, we're off. I also think it'll help them get a few more New Yorkers to decide to come down for the weekend. Let's make a celebration out of this. So, could be wrong.
I think you will be able to get tickets far more inexpensively than you ever have for any other Winter Classic.
Okay. All right. Now, it'll be interesting to see how many tickets will they try to sell, because obviously Marlins Park can hold like 35,000. So they're going to, is every ticket up for grabs?
I would hope so.
Well, I would too. But then again, if they try to jam the rink in the infield, if you've got, down the left field, right field line seats, I mean, you're pretty far away from a puck. But I get it.
Like, put it this way, of the 2, the scene in Tampa will be really cool. They'll sell out the football stadium. The Lightning fans are everywhere in the greater Tampa region. When you used to joke about the Rangers and that there's 20,000 New York Ranger fans in metropolitan New York, they just go to every single Ranger game.
That was the old joke in the papers. There were 20,000 Ranger fans, 17,000 of them went to the Garden.
And I kind of feel the same way about the Panthers, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So that's all.
Tickets go on sale next week. If anybody's interested, June 4th. I think that's Wednesday. Don't quote me. So that's if you think that there's a demand and you got to get them, or if you're going to play the long game like Mark and just sit it out and go, no, You'll be able to get tickets.
Yeah, I'll wait to January 2nd if I want to go and buy tickets. That would be my plan for that. That's
Okay.
just me.
Fair enough. So Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote in our poll question. What is it?
Well, a little bit of snark today. We had some ideas. We could have pulled the old which team down 3-1 do you think will come back? It
Which team has the best chance?
Happens to be National Burger Day, but I couldn't even get started with David with what the ideas were with that question and where we're going to go. And a few of the Twitch listeners are like, favorite fast food burger. There is no such thing. So we passed that up. I mean,
well, and just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mark's bias, but Mark's in charge of the poll question, so he wins out. You know me, I would have done that poll question, okay? But that's because I eat fast food and Mark doesn't.
So we brought a little snark to the question because of the Knicks playing last night and David talking earlier about the diehard rich Knick fan, that the Spike Lee and the Chalamet and the Ben Stiller that are all in the front row taking grief, although it's Midwestern grief. How bad could it be? But which city sports teams do you root against the most? And we gave you 4 choices: Boston, New York, LA, and Philadelphia. And thus far, you don't have the problem with Philadelphia that I thought you might, because no one's voted for Philadelphia.
Huh.
Over half of you, like me, voted for Boston.
Did you feel that way at the beginning of the century, or did this start up, with the Red Sox winning 4 times and the Patriots winning, boy, how many did they end up with? 6? Okay.
No, you have to remember, I was a Tigers fan first. I mean, that's my first, the Tigers in Michigan State, from as long as I can remember, from before I can remember, were teams that I rooted for. I never really had the Lions bug.
Right.
And then around middle school, I became a pretty big Piston fan. When they drafted Isaiah Thomas and Kelly Tripucka in the same year, and even before that, I had a neighbor that I was friends with. He had an older brother, and Mark Gillis, and Doug Gillis was my neighbor and friend. His older brother, Mark, used to take us to the Silverdome to see games. I always think about this now, that at the same age my daughter is, at 11 years old, my parents would let me on a weeknight, on a school night, go an hour and a half, 2 hours each way, get home at well after 11 o'clock at night so I could go catch a Pistons Mavericks game, and we'd buy nosebleed seats, tip the ushers, and get great seats, weeknight games. And that started my love for the Pistons. Well, who did the Pistons have to get through just to get to the final? And the heartbreak that ensued from one team. DJ steals the ball. It was the Boston Celtics. And I hated Kevin McHale with every fiber in my being. I hated Danny Ainge equally, but McHale probably the most. And yes, I know the Pistons had Bill Laimbeer, the easiest guy to hate in the league, unless he played for your team. So to me, it started with the Celtics, and then it just morphed into all of their teams. And I have a lot of friends from Massachusetts. And the way that they act caused more disdain towards their teams. The New York teams in my lifetime haven't been really good enough, with the exception of the Yankees, to have that same hatred for the Giants or the Jets or the Mets or the Knicks or the Rangers. So
Well,
to me, it was Boston, and it wasn't close.
And even though the Giants have made 5 Super Bowls and won 4, they've been an underdog in more Super Bowls than they've been a favorite. So they weren't as unlikable as maybe those of you who don't like certain New York teams. The Giants, especially when they were taking on the 18-0 Patriots. There were a lot of people who don't normally root for the Giants who rooted for the Giants because they wanted to see the Patriots get beat. So, okay. This is the first time I have not voted in our poll question in show history. I don't root against other cities. And I don't. And I don't know why.
I just want everybody to have a parade.
And I don't.
All win games, and let's
Nope.
go 41-41, and it'll
Nope.
work out perfectly as long as the home team wins.
Nope. And that that's not me. Okay? That's not me. But I don't root against the city. And I don't know why. It's never been part of my DNA makeup. I mean, going back to, like you said, the Boston, you circled the Celtics when you were a young teen, okay, and then a mid-teen. I mean, listen, I hated the Islanders. I'll admit that. The first team that caused me real pain in my life, the Rangers couldn't get past the Islanders. And they weren't as good. I mean, it was a dynasty for a reason. They were better. We beat them once and damn near beat them a second time. That was amazing in and of itself, looking back. But, I don't know what to tell you, Mark. I mean, I should have grown up hating the Cowboys. I loved Roger Staubach. I loved Tony Dorsett. I did. Okay. Giants couldn't beat them, but I was seemingly okay losing. I told Roger, I met him one time, and I said, you did make me cry. Okay, I'll admit, I was 13. Okay, before the 2-point conversion, the Giants had you 14-6 late fourth, and you engineered 2 scoring drives and, beat us 16-14. We had a 4-game winning streak. We were going to the playoffs, and you said, no, I don't think so. That one hurt. I got to admit, Roger, that one hurt.
And, like you as a kid, Detroit didn't have any, they weren't good at anything. The 84 Tigers came out of nowhere.
Right. My Mets were lousy.
Right. Until the late 80s, the Red Wings were the Dead Wings. The Lions, we all know. And so, yeah, I was one that didn't like the Cowboys as a kid. I liked the Steelers. My best friend from, at that time, he was a Staubach guy. I was a Bradshaw guy. I'm a degenerate gambler that doesn't gamble anymore. He's a retired police officer. Kind of took the right path.
And I don't know what it was. I mean, first off, the Celtics were almost always better than the Knicks. The Knicks took them to 7-84 in the second round. Bernard King's great year. But, I mean, come on, the Celtics were better. I mean, I was old enough. I was 18 years old. I mean, come on. I knew Bird, Parrish, McHale were better than Bill Cartwright, okay, and Bernard King. I mean, come on. So I don't know what it is. I don't root against, I watched the Philly sports teams growing up, love their announcers. I'm not voting in a poll question for the first time. I hope I'm allowed to continue co-hosting the show.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Right, but Sonny, that was the Jets, you know.
Right. There's a difference between a team
Right.
and a city.
In a city.
Oh, and both to Ambient and Knicks. I mean, the Broncos, that's a long, storied franchise with a lot of success. It's not like being a Lions fan, for crying out loud. The Broncos have unbelievable success in their franchise history.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney to join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. John Forslund at the top of the hour. We'll talk pucks. He's calling the Panthers-Canes Eastern Conference Final on the radio. He'll have Game 5 tonight. Seth Everett in a little more than an hour here on Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, so which city sports fans? You know, you had Pat McAfee calling out the celebrity Knicks fans sitting courtside at the Pacers game yesterday. Basically, USOBs, take your back to New York. And just in Indiana, they hate the Knicks. That's their number one rival. It is. That's not made up. They've hated the Knicks for over 30 years. And I'm guessing, you know, they're not fans of other New York teams. Do you have a city whose teams you root against because you just think that their fans, you don't like them? New York, Boston, LA, Philly. Those are the four choices we came up with. I don't root against cities. I don't. And I cannot tell you why that is the case. I don't know.
You know, I will say, and obviously when a city or a team has success, those of us that don't root for that team can end up disliking a team because of their success. But the Eagles, between the Super Bowl win and the way they acted during the whole tush-push thing, which isn't going away, by the way.
Not for a year.
Made Eagles fans a little tough to take. But you and I look at the whole picture. You can't really get all over a Flyers fan. You almost feel sorry for them.
Now, I can, because I'm nearly 60. Like, when I started becoming a sports fan, the Flyers were actually better than the Rangers. And the Rangers and Flyers used to meet enough times, and they were division rivals, so they played a lot. So, I mean, the more I think about it, Mark, I should hate Philadelphia.
Right. You've been had beers thrown on you in that city. You've been spat at in that city. It's not been a welcoming spot, but of course you were wearing Giants gear in the vet, and you knew it was coming when you got there.
Right. I made sure to wear my rain slicker that had a hood. Okay, because I knew it was coming. Yep. I mean, I've worn those who ask about wearing jerseys. I will admit, okay, when I was a teen, okay, I wore a Rangers jersey to the Spectrum for a Rangers Flyers game. I did. And I knew, now I sat upstairs. I couldn't get good seats. Okay, but I knew what was coming that day too. But I don't know. I don't know if it's because the Philly games were on my cable system. I went to a school in northeastern PA, and the dorms were dominated by people from Long Island, New Jersey, and Philadelphia. And some of my best friends in college were Philly sports fans. I don't know why. I should hate Philadelphia. As a Giants fan, playing the Eagles, as a Knicks fan and the Sixers, as a Mets fan, the Phillies, and as a Rangers fan, the Flyers. I should hate Philadelphia, and I don't. And I cannot tell you why. It's not because I'm a nice person. I mean, we know that.
No, you have angst, but your love of sports trumps your angst of a team. You do a terrific job of separating your love of your teams from your love of sports. You don't let them conflict with one another. I mean, maybe it would be different, you know, because if you're in the playoffs against a team you really didn't like, but that would be about it.
I think it's because I've always wanted to be an announcer, and Philly, like New York, had great announcers. I loved listening to Harry Callis and Richie Ashburn do Phillies games. They were funny. They were good. Gene Hart was the longtime voice of the Flyers. He was amazing. Okay. Merrill Reese doing the Eagles. I don't know maybe that's why I don't, I actually like Philly broadcasters. Tom Brookshire, who, by the way, started sports radio. The Philly Sports Radio channel beat WFAN in New York to the air by like a month. Tom Brookshire was the money behind it. He actually is besides Summerall and Brookshire, he actually has a pretty significant place in the history of sports media. I don't know what it is. Vicenda, NFL Films, and the Sables, they all came out of Philadelphia. How the hell can I hate Philadelphia?
Well, their fans would be the reason. I'm just telling you.
I didn't taunt either. I just taunted by wearing what I was wearing. I had a Giants shirt on and a Giants jacket with a hood. And I just wore it to the vet. I wore a Rangers jersey to the Spectrum. I didn't feel I had to say anything after that.
No, just have to protect yourself at that point.
Yep, I did.
Take cover.
I did.
All right, can I let me just give you one quick poll question because I'm not going to put it up. Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King. Those are your big three fast food hamburgers. Go. It's National Hamburger Day. Go.
So you're not going to go Five Guys or anything. You're just
because
going
Five Guys is that fast food, and
Right.
Five Guys is far better.
Okay. So of the three, we're just talking a straight hamburger here?
Well, of any burger at their place, the Whopper versus the Quarter Pounder versus the Wendy's Double. Your favorite fast food burger.
Well, Mark, on death row, I'm ordering a Quarter Pounder with cheese. I mean, don't get me
Would the
wrong.
McDonald's double cheeseburger be second on that list, or would Wendy's break ahead of the double cheeseburger?
Oh, no, Wendy's would break ahead. Wendy's and Burger King's double cheeseburgers both would medal.
Really? There's nothing from Burger King that would, I would have a couple.
No, I said the Burger King double cheeseburger would get the bronze. Wendy's double would get the silver, but I'm really biased towards the Quarter Pounder with cheese.
And I'm with you. Back in the day, the Quarter Pounder with cheese was my favorite. Believe it or not, I like the Wendy's single better than the Wendy's double.
How can that be? How? How could less be more when it comes to food?
Why didn't you say the double Quarter Pounder with cheese?
Because
it's not as good as the Quarter Pounder with cheese.
I've never had one. Oh, no, that's not true. I had one like 2 months ago. They gave me one
I've
by
never
mistake.
had one.
I've never had
Don't
one.
do that to our audience. They deserve.
I've had one. They gave it to me by mistake 2 months ago.
Well, how can the double not be better than the regular?
It was different. I got
It's not as good.
I don't know. It was in the ballpark. I just knew it was different, though. I didn't even look at it, Mark. I don't look at the fast food that I eat. I just grab it and stuff it in my face. And I'm like, wait, this is different. About 3 bites in, I went, son of a gun, it's a double. They gave me the wrong burger.
So it's National Burger Day. So knock yourself out with some hamburgers today.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I got Whataburger by me. Okay,
Nice.
yeah. And their those suckers are big. Yeah. Uh-huh. I may go crazy today.
I can honestly say I've never had a Whataburger.
Really?
I don't know if I've ever been to many places that have Whataburger. I didn't even know they were in Florida.
Yeah. I mean, if Jacksonville counts,
Well,
and
barely.
I know to you it's South Georgia. I know. Coming up next hour, coolest thing we've seen today. Okay, we'll do that next hour in between John Forslund and Seth Everett.
Sounds like a plan. We will switch gears and talk some Rays next. Steve Carney will join us on the show. As David said, he booked him because the Rays were on a roll and they proceeded to lose last night to end that roll. Is what they're 7 back of the Yanks right now?
Yeah, sounds about right. Yep.
And a decent spot behind the wild card teams as well. We'll see what's in store with the Rays and Steve Carney. That's next right here on Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Steve.
I feel like Jim Nantz. Hello, friends.
I knew as I'm thinking of contacting you to book you yesterday, I'm saying, well, I am ensuring a Rays loss.
Yep.
Because we were booking you to talk about their winning streak, and I'm like, well, damn it. They're gonna lose now.
I was thinking about this yesterday when I get the text from John, and I was like, if there's going to be a team that they're going to lose to, and there's going to be a pitcher they're going to lose to, it's going to be Joe Ryan. So, because nobody knows Joe Ryan better than the Rays. I mean, they drafted him, for crying out loud. And I had a feeling once I saw they were being really desperate on the base pass in the first 2 innings. I was like, yeah, they're really they think runs are going to be at a premium, and they've blown 2 of them on the base paths. So
I will say the Cody Clemens story is kind of cool.
It is. I saw Cody a lot when he was with the Phillies, because obviously spring training in Clearwater.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm glad he's getting a full-time opportunity. He deserved it.
And I will say, first off, I don't know if he can continue it, but the Twins always have so many injuries that he may get 300 more at bats for them because they always need guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And the fact that he can play, first base, third base, outfield, he can basically do anything that they need.
Which is good because their center fielder gets hurt, their shortstop gets hurt, their third baseman's hurt. So, they need them.
Rocco needs guys, and he's got one now.
Also going to ask you about the Lightning, okay, and how as we watch the Panthers about to go to their third straight finals, if you're the Lightning and you're being honest, how far behind them are you?
It's a good question.
Yeah. I will say, and I know the Lightning hate the Panthers, but that move the Panthers made, I mean, to win the President's Cup and go, yeah, this ain't going to work. And to change it on the fly, so to speak, not tear it down, not take a step back, to change it on the fly and make it work.
Yeah.
Is remarkable.
And being able to pull a piece like Brad Marchand, is so big.
Hey, they all learned it from Tampa. When you can hide a guy on the long-term IR, I absolutely hate the rule. I think the salary cap should be in place all the way through the playoffs. Don't care. I don't think you should be able to hide a guy on your roster for 3 months and then all of a sudden be a team that's $10 million over the cap. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I certainly think that if you're going to, I wish that the long-term IR counted towards the cap.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, if you can hide a guy for 3 months or a full season, like the Lightning did with Kucherov.
Well,
right?
Yeah. Well, and the Avs did it. Vegas has done it multiple times. Yeah. I mean, they're not violating the rules.
No.
You know what's interesting, though, Steve? The league has no one in the league. This is a total media thing. There's nothing in the NHL that wants to correct this.
Nope.
Players don't want to. Owners don't want to. Bettman doesn't want to. GMs don't want to. Nobody wants to fix this except us.
Yeah. It's going to take more than us. That's for sure.
You know what I do think could come, though? I do think they may do something about the no tax states.
Be interesting.
Because the Canadian franchises, some of the franchises in the States, in certain states, okay, you are at a disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. In Canada, you're taking in Canadian money and you're paying out in American money.
Right.
So it's not good. By the way, for Sonny on YouTube, I was not close to the center field hole that Clemens said is home run.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until John Forslund joins us at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Is there a city whose teams you root against more than any other? Say New York, Boston, LA, Philly. That's our poll question. Vote accordingly. Seth Everett in an hour. Steve Carney leads us off today on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Steve, how are you?
Good morning, guys. For me, the city that I hate the most is Orlando.
What?
Well, first off, I'm a USF graduate, so of course we despise Oviedo Tech or Winter Park Community College or whatever you call that university that claims they have a football national championship.
You mean the Big 12 school?
Yeah, the Big 12 school or the Little 12 school, as I call it, because Texas
here
don't
we
go
go.
anymore.
Here we go.
So I don't like that. I don't like the fact that John Morgan and the dental magnate are trying to steal the Rays away, and I don't like the traffic. I don't like the stadiums. I don't like people named Orlando. I'm joking about that, but but yeah, it's Orlando for me.
Orlando Elzagari tomorrow at 7.
Yes. And Orlando Bloom on Friday here on Miller and Moulton.
In fact, our poll question tomorrow will be, who is your favorite Orlando?
Orlando, right.
I'll go with Tony Orlando and Dawn.
Well
there we
played.
go. I'll tell you, it's not Orlando Antigua, the former USF basketball coach.
All right. Since you brought up Orlando and them trying to poach your beloved Rays, obviously nothing's going on. There's, Sternberg's not going to sell at this point. There are people reporting that he's ready to sell. To me, and I was thinking about this yesterday, Steve, until Rob Manfred, because the owners are so far apart, we're going to have a lockout or a strike or whatever we're going to have when they end of this current CBA, because the owners aren't on the same page. Would it take Manfred threatening the the Rays, the Pirates, the Marlins, the Guardians, the teams that don't spend any money, threatening the tax. Would that be a way to get Sternberg to sell this team?
It's a good question. Really, I think that, I don't think there is a person on this planet that doesn't want to see those teams spend money. I think everybody would love to see Bob Nutting spend the money to keep Paul Skeens. I think everybody would love to see Bruce Sherman spend the money because the Marlins have a number of really good young prospects and young players coming up that they would love to see them keep a hold of. I'm sure everybody would love to see Stuart Sternberg spend the money to keep Junior Caminero and Shane McClanahan and the likes. The problem is the fact that baseball, in my mind, the fact that baseball allows individual teams to negotiate their broadcast rights. If they were to work like the NFL and pool broadcast money and split it evenly, I think you would be able to see contracts go up. And I think that the owners would get some sort of cost certainty, because by doing that, you're going to be able to allow yourself to get a cap and a floor in place. But as long as individual teams are negotiating broadcast rights, I can't see it.
You can go back 60 plus years, but when Hallis and the Giants, when they agreed with a young commissioner named Pete Rozelle to we're better as a whole than if you guys do your individual thing, and it's the greatest decision you could argue that a league has ever made. Took 20 years for it to pay off, but it's where baseball's trying to get to now. Steve Carney, stpete9.com, stpete9.com. Also, Under the Orange Roof is the podcast. You can follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Let's just talk Rays for a little bit. Until last night, they'd won 6 in a row. They got back over 500. They're at 500 now. They're 2 out of the wild card, because I think it's unrealistic to expect this Rays team to challenge the Yankees. Even though they're in second place, they're 7 back. All right. 2 out of the wild card. Is this Rays group today a wild card contender?
In my mind, no. Because what the Rays have done well over the course of the last 16 or 17 years, they are starting to fall off on. I mean, you look at it, the pitching and defense is what this team has been built on ever since, Andrew Friedman came into power. And the thing about this, guys, that was 20 years ago when Andrew Friedman was a 25-year-old general manager, taking his first steps in Tampa Bay as an executive. I really do think that, the starting pitching has to be top of the heap when it comes to what the Rays do best. And, I'd say for 3 of the 5 guys in the rotation, I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with Pepio. I don't have a problem with Rasmussen. I don't have a problem with Zach Littell, because he is so consistent in his efficiency. But Taj Bradley has this thing that goes on where, he stumbles early on. Now he tends to right the ship and can go a decent time. I mean, he went 7 innings last night in the loss to the Twins. But, when you're giving up, a run or two and putting yourself in a hole early where you're having to play from behind, the Rays don't do that very well. And they have not done that well as a franchise over the course of their history. You would want them to play, their best when they're playing from ahead. It's why I think that, especially over the last 3 or 4 years, they've played so well on the road, is because they have an opportunity to play from ahead early. And when they do that, they get good enough pitching when they're playing from ahead. They don't do it when they're playing from behind.
And their defensive numbers are still pretty good. I think they're top 10 in ERA. They're top 10 in runs allowed. Their fielding percentage happens to be the second best in baseball. So defense and pitching, not as bad as almost you made it out, but it's a combination of things, because they are not scoring early, Steve. They're not getting the early runs. And I don't know how you fix that. Do you?
Well, the first way to do it is to not run into outs on the base paths. And when they were struggling, that happens a lot. You saw it last night. They had an opportunity early in the first inning. Caminero hits into his MLB leading 17th double play. And then in the second inning, Jonathan Aranda is thrown out at the plate in a double steal attempt. And in the double play in the first inning, they had a runner at third base. So you end up being able to leg out that double play. You score a run. You make a better heads up play in the second inning on the double steal attempt, and you may end up with runs there as well.
Or is there any help down on the farm, especially in terms of a bat? Or have they had to call up their bats to fill in some holes this spring training and early in the season? And basically, what the Rays have is what the Rays are going to have.
Yeah, usually, David, we would say, okay, look for Carson Williams, look for Trey Morgan, look for Xavier Isaac. All of those guys have struggled at AAA this year. And Williams is struggled at the AAA level. Morgan has struggled. There's nobody hitting 350 in Durham that can come and save them. I mean, it's come to the point where they're having to make trades with the Chicago White Sox for guys that they've DFA'd for catching help. Bringing in Matt Tice yesterday. I would assume, as a lot of people have reported, that this probably means that Ben Rortved's time with the Rays has come to an end when Tice reports likely today. I would assume that he's going to need a spot on the active roster, and Rortved's name has been brought up a number of times that says, it's going to be Tice's spot. So unfortunately, the farm, especially when it comes to bat wise, it's a little light right now.
All right. With the things you described thus far, you don't believe that they're a wild card team. Does that mean in the next month we're going to see the Rays unload a few players to try to help out a contender, and they're going to be a seller, not a buyer?
I'm kind of surprised, Mark, that they haven't already made a deal. When Jose Alvarado got suspended for 80 games for the positive PED test, Dave Dombrowski and Preston Mattingly with the Phillies, they're looking for help right now. And I would think that Pete Fairbanks' name is going to be one that comes out here this year. I believe Fairbanks is a free agent at the end of this season. And so I would think that you want to get a piece for him. And the Phillies and Dombrowski in particular is known for not being too attached to his prospects. The Phillies have a couple of really impressive guys. Andrew Painter is probably the one guy that they'll say is untouchable. Their pitcher, stud pitcher coming back from Tommy John surgery, who I got a chance to see a couple of years ago in the Florida State League as an 18-year-old make people look stupid because he throws really hard. This is a kid as an 18-year-old had a game with Clearwater, was 5 innings, 1 hit, 14 strikeouts, and he struck out the last 13 in a row. So impressive to say the least. But Justin Crawford is in the Phillies organization, the son of Carl Crawford, as one of their top prospects. They've got a couple other guys that I think the Rays would be very interested in. And I was saying, let's see what they want for Pete Fairbanks. They need a closer, especially in the postseason, because Alvarado's not eligible. That could be the first move to be made. They haven't made it yet, but it would not be surprising if they fall. If they stay around 500 once we get into the middle of June. I could certainly see the wheels starting to turn in the front office.
Boy, Carl Crawford's son. That's today's make me feel old reference. Thank you, Steve. Really
I saw him 2
that.
years ago. I met him 2 years ago.
Wow, thanks.
When he got drafted.
It's outstanding, Steve. Really appreciate it. We got like 2-3 minutes left. Want to change gears. You're part of the Lightning Media Network. Watching the Panthers win away from going to their 3rd straight final right after the Lightning went to 3 straight finals. But when you compare the Lightning to the Panthers right now, which everyone is having to do in the East, how far away are they?
I would say they're not particularly close. Like, they're not right up on the heels of the Panthers, but they're not as far away as some people would lead you to believe. I really do think you probably need a little more grit, especially on the third and fourth line that the Panthers have, and the Lightning do not. But I would say goalie wise, I would put them right up there. When it comes to offensive output, I would put the Lightning right up there with just about anybody. It's really the little things that need to be fixed. And those little things, thankfully, don't take a whole lot of salary cap space. So I think Julien Brisebois is the type of GM that can do that.
I think you're right in a lot of areas on paper. But one of the little things is kind of a big thing. That's the attitude that the Florida Panthers play with. And I don't know right now, when it comes playoff time, if there's anybody in the East that can match them. To me, they're going to, Tampa's got to, whether it's somebody on the farm that comes up, whether they go out and sign a free agent, they need a bottom six forward that can muck it up a little bit more and just get them to be tougher.
They had Pat Maroon during their success, and the Panthers have Brad Marchand. They need a Pat Maroon type that will able to do that. And well, thankfully, those guys don't cost a whole lot of money, so we'll see what happens.
Steve Carney, whether it's Rays Baseball, whether it's the Lightning, all right, you can follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. St. Pete 9, and that's 9 spelled out. stpete9.com, his excellent baseball website covering more than just the Rays. Steve, as always, appreciate your time. A belated happy holiday, and hope you and the family are doing well.
We are, and same to you guys, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Carney, Carney. Follow him on X. Miller and Moulton.
Dug up a little bit there on Steve Carney. He unveiled a lot to us in that interview.
How about that?
Orlando.
Wow.
And I could see that, particularly on the you and I have talked about this. The rivalry that was South Florida and UCF is now just a rivalry in name. They don't play anymore. UCF has risen above them by going to the Big 12. They've kind of armbarred them in certain sports and not played them. And if you're a USF fan, I can see where you'd be a little honked off at the team down the road at I-4.
Well, because there was a time when South Florida was doing the same to UCF. Now that UCF's got the upper hand, they're like, payback's A. Miller and Moulton. John Forslund, he's calling Game 5 of the Panthers and the Canes. He'll join us to talk hockey next. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know you're being funny, Nix, but I don't think you will ever, unless you've worked for a team and been on the inside, I don't think you'll understand the importance of equipment managers in all sports. Every sport, they are unbelievably valuable to a team.
And no one has more information on the team. I could argue they have more information on the team than the general managers. If you could ever get a betting tip from an equipment manager, run with it.
Tell you what, I don't know what the Hyman injury is, but that's going to be big for Edmonton too.
Who was the Edmonton player who slashed what's his face?
Right on top of the foot.
So it was your guy slash that caused the injury, and now he gets back in the lineup 2 games later, and you're golly.
John's on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this hump day in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Just kind of curious, do you root against certain cities' teams? Because, well, you don't like the city or you don't like their fans. Boston, New York, Philly, LA. That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Whether it's broadcasting the NHL on TNT, the television voice of the Seattle Kraken, or whether it's doing radio for Sports USA Radio and Sirius XM, and he's got the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5 tonight. Florida looking to go back to the finals for the third year in a row. He's John Forslund. You can follow him on X at John Forslund, Forslund. John, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, guys. I hope you are too.
We are. Hope you had a good weekend. No, you've been traveling doing this series. Listen, I don't bring this up to be, I don't know, pat him on the head, but I mean, how important was Game 4 going forward? The Canes are very unlikely to win this series, but going forward as an organization that needs to take the next step or two, does Game 4 have some significance for them?
I don't know if it really does. I think the only significance it may have is it just gets people to stop talking about the amount of consecutive games they've lost in a conference final, which is a little bit unfair, only slightly, because some of it goes back to 2009 and this coach who was playing in that series, and he was the only one involved in it. I was hanging around covering it, but that's about it. But since 2019, Rod Brindamore's coached teams have gone on this run until the other night where they finally won a game in a conference final. I think it just gave them a little bit of a breath to recapture their confidence. They were beaten around in the 3 games. They were beaten in every facet of hockey. And it looked like they were going to be completely outclassed in the series. I don't think there was anybody that completely saw it coming. I think I thought they were capable of a pride game. And I think that's what it was. And now they have to sustain that. And it's up to the Panthers to see if they're healthier for Game 5 and see if they can, get a little bit more angry with their play, maybe more purposeful with their play, exude more will against Carolina. They allowed Carolina not only to score first in the game, which is vital for their team game, but they allowed them to dictate the skating style of the game, which they didn't do in the previous 3.
No, they did not. And obviously, Florida's a very physical team, and Carolina wants to skate through it. And Florida's done a tremendous job, not only in this series, but throughout the playoffs to prevent teams from doing that. But you mentioned the injuries. Reinhardt's been out a couple of games. McCullough now out the last game. What do you know status-wise of those two for tonight?
We don't know much until we get there this morning and see. We know that all 3 guys got on the ice yesterday. Sometimes that's a good sign. Sometimes it's not. Today will be much more of an indicator, and I'm sure it's going to be, a cloak and dagger and game time and all these different things that the coaches try to do throughout the playoffs and keep us all in the dark. So I learned many, many, many moons ago that when you cover the playoffs, the most important thing is usually the pregame warm-up, because then you'll see exactly what the line combinations and the deep pairings are supposed to be. But even in this series, Jalen Chatfield back in the second game of the series, I think it was, came out on defense for Carolina, went through full rotations, looked like he was going to play, and he didn't. And it was a late change, and we didn't recognize it until the game had started, that he wasn't dressed for the game, and they'd gone back to Scott Morrow, rookie, in his place. And so that's kind of what we deal with as broadcasters and writers and the people in the media that cover series like this. We don't get a lot of information. Reinhardt's the most, Mikkel has been the best defenseman in the series, and that's been great. They obviously really miss him, but they need Reinhardt for their power play, which has gone scoreless in 2. They need him to complete the first line at 5-on-5, and they need him as a penalty killer too. So if they have their pick of the litter, they'd like to get Sam Reinhart back tonight.
In a strange way, is having to play a game 5 tonight maybe not the worst thing in the world for a Panthers, because there was the possibility of a really long layoff before the finals. I mean, you run the risk of injury, obviously, with every time you take a shift, but in a strange way, may it not be a bad thing come next week that the Panthers are playing tonight?
I think they would welcome any kind of rest, mental rest, physical rest. They've played a lot of hockey in 3 years. So, at some point, I think that's the thing we're going to see tonight. We're going to see the level of gas that's in the tank for both teams. I would anticipate Carolina, they're younger. They're going to come out and try and do what they usually do. They're going to try and run it at home. They're a great home team. They have 31 wins in the regular season. They're 5-2 during the playoffs at home. So that's their MO. But as it gets deeper, you worry about the Panthers. At some point there is battle fatigue. There is a point where it gets to teams. Now, I don't think they're there. I expect them to win this series, and I expect them to, once again defend their title the best they can. But they've played a lot. This group has played a lot of hockey in 3 seasons, and so any time off they can get, I think that's the impetus tonight. They don't want to let this Carolina team off the hook. They can't. They just have to go for it and learn from the past. They've had sags in series, and at the most vital time last year in the final, they can't do it again.
Who's the comp for Barkov out there? Because when you look at what he's done, John, Kucherov in the first series, Matthews largely in the second series, now Aho in this series, his ability to not only play 200 feet, but to completely shut down and frustrate opponents. He's, to me, unmatched in the game right now. He doesn't get nearly the credit he deserves. I know he doesn't he's got great offensive skill. We don't see the things that we see out of McDavid and some of the others. But I just think what we watch out of Barkov night in and night out, this guy's one of what he does 200 feet.
Yeah, it's an astute point because, I think he's a top 10 player in the league. And, he might not be in the top 5, but he's certainly in the top 10 for my money. And Carolina doesn't have anything to answer that. They don't have a player that can go, straight on with him. If the Panthers get to the next level, if it is Edmonton, obviously they have that. And then you get to the world-class level. Now, Sebastian Aho is a very, very good player. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't been able to take the next step to greatness. We can't throw the word great around, easily. You got to be careful when you use that descriptive term for a player, in my opinion. Barkov's one of those guys, and it's in every facet. So players like him, Anze Kopitar in Los Angeles, these players who completely play the game in all 3 zones. Patrice Bergeron got a lot of credit, certainly in Boston, revered there and everything, and Hall of Fame status and all those kinds of things. But when you look at his career too, I'm not sure he got the amount of superstar status that he deserved. It seems like we lean on points a lot for that. It seems like, I'm lobbying at some point for Jacob Slavin of Carolina to get in the Norris Trophy conversation for real. I'm tired of seeing defensemen who just rack up points automatically get the award. We're seeing Slavin in this series. His last game was stellar. He's been okay in the previous 3, like his team. But I think in the 4 Nations, we saw how good he is. And in the Olympics, in February, we're going to see Jacob Slavin, leading Team USA. It's nice to have Quinn Hughes. It's nice to have, players like Cale Makar for Canada and so on. But Slavin is a defenseman, and that's the definition of the position. And he gets about 40 points a year. But, I think we need to look at guys like this, like Barkov, who play in every dimension that's vital to win. Like, that's how you win. The other stuff you get trophies for. but to be a winner, you need to have a player like Barkov, and the guy coaching Carolina was the same kind of player. Rod Brindamore, the Carolina Hurricanes won because of him and the way he played in all three zones.
Talking the Panthers and the Canes, Game 5 tonight. John Forslund with the call. Sports USA Radio Network and Sirius XM. Follow John on X at John Forslund. Got about 3 minutes left. I didn't realize the Panthers needed Seth Jones and Brad Marchand as much as they needed them. I thought it was almost icing. John, I don't think they get by Toronto without the deadline deals. I mean, Seth Jones in particular has been tremendous. I didn't realize they needed these two guys as much as they've relied on them.
The Panthers have an exceptional management. They really do. And they're able to do those things and fortify a great lineup at the trading deadline. And, Jones, for me, he kind of got lost in Chicago. He really didn't play well. I mean, this has completely revitalized his career. But he's always been a sensational athlete. He's always been a minutes eater, long stick, excellent skater. But he's come to this culture now and flourished. And Marchand is built in. He's a Hall of Famer, and you're able to make that deal that surprised everybody in hockey. No one saw that coming. I never thought he'd wear any other sweater than the one he did in Boston. So here he is. But the other thing, too, that the Florida management is excellent at, and that comes during the summer, is adding pieces that slot in at the money that you need that, you sign as unrestricted free agents like Boquist. Like Jesper Boquist had a role with the team all year. He's going to be in and out of the lineup. You saw in Game 3 when he comes in for Reinhart, he gets that second goal. It's a turning point in the game. There's Sturm. They have players who are in the wings that are going to help you win. And Carolina does not. Carolina was negligent at the trading deadline. They went for the big home run with Mikko Rantanen. Logan Stankoven has come over and has been really good, and he's going to be a fantastic player in his NHL career. He's just getting started. But they didn't add any quality depth on defense. Luckily, the Russian, Nikishin, has stepped in, and he looks pretty good. But Morrow has struggled. He only played just over 8 minutes in Game 4. Right. They're playing two rookies because of injuries. You should never be in that position if you're going to go, another 2 months and play to the end of June. If that's your goal, and there are about 7 teams in that cycle right now, you got to make sure that your NHL roster is completely fortified for injury, because over the 2 months it's going to happen. Florida does all of that. They have great management, led by Bill Zito. He does a fantastic job.
Hate to cut you short. We're up against it time-wise. Have a great call tonight.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
There is nothing like trying to hold off a sneeze when your back is as sore as mine is. I'm afraid that if I sneeze, it may just buckle me right now.
Wow.
I've never had back problems. I've had back problems for 2 weeks. I've never felt bad. It's just sore nonstop.
Can you get back in with the massage?
Probably, but unless I start a GoFundMe page, I don't know if I can afford it.
Well, I say we reach into the fund here.
Oh, shit. And I haven't figured out a stretch that loosens. I'm scared of chiropractors.
We think it's muscle, though, right?
I think so. I hope it's not disc. God, I hope it's not disc.
Because your massage therapist thought it was muscle when she was working on you, right?
Yeah.
There you go, Nix. Okay. There you go. Don't donate to Miller and Moulton. Donate to Mark's Massage. Absolutely. I'm all for it.
There is a Twitch donate button. Those, what is it? The bits or whatever are donations. Let me see here.
Got your good news ready?
I guess. I really thought this was going to be a lot easier.
I know you did. Because I have to admit, I love the idea. Did you see what Jeff Butera sent you?
Yeah, but it's funny. He responded to you by calling you me.
But he said you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you.
Right, but that was a response to what you said. Wasn't what I said. He responded to you and used my name. Oh, I'm glad we're here for you, Nix.
Irish,
find a sponsor or sell a house. That would be great.
Here you go. Irish, the schedule can change depending on, who's winning games and who isn't. Like, I didn't see us doing 2 Indiana games last year. But I don't know.
I was looking at an article that the first 3 weeks. Week 2 sucks again for everybody in the Big Ten.
The Big Ten non-conference schedule is so bad.
because Michigan's at Oklahoma, so that's not a Big Ten game. That's a SEC game. Oh, good God.
Yeah, like I think I'm going to Penn State for Nevada, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Oregon.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today was inspired by McAfee grabbing the mic last night and calling out the Knicks fans courtside, and it got you thinking, who's the city's teams that we root against because of the combination teams and fans?
I mean, I honestly didn't even know McAfee did that until this morning. I did not have the volume of that game on until the hockey game was over.
Fair enough.
I was paying attention. I was watching the score, but I was into the hockey. I really enjoy watching Connor McDavid play. I mean, I love this time of year when they put Edmonton on for me at 8 p.m. instead of the normal 9:30 start, and I get to watch some Edmonton Oiler hockey. They're a fun team to watch.
And they're a win away from a rematch with the Panthers, as all 4 conference finals series are 3-1 in basketball and hockey. But our poll question is, so which cities' teams do you root against because of their fans or whatever the reason?
Or just the most. Which cities do you root against the most? And right now, Boston leading the way with 37% of the vote. New York getting nearly 30% of the vote. And LA and Philly tied for third. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
Seth Everett coming up in about 15 minutes time for his weekly visit.
Good call by you at the end of the 721 segment, reminding me of the allotted sponsored segment that I was supposed to do an hour ago. But different audience each hour. This way now you folks can hear the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by our friends at Air Advantage. Visit them online, myairadvantage.com. 18 months, no interest, no payments available. They are a proud Ream Pro partner. Call today, 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635 or myairadvantage.com. And David, I go to golf, and I go to someone that you would never expect me to go to for the coolest thing I've seen today. It was actually a couple of days ago. I had saw the post on X. I sent it to myself, and he backed it up yesterday. But I'm talking about 16-year-old Charlie Woods. Did you see his scorecard from 2 days ago at Streamsong in the junior event he is playing in?
I heard about it, that he only had 3 pars and they were all on par 3s. And otherwise, did he break par?
He was 2 under par. He made 3 pars on the round.
I know he had a triple.
He had an early triple in the round. He was all over the map. 2 under par for the round. The probability of this is just insane. Bogeys all over the card. He made a triple, as you mentioned, and a bunch of birdies and an eagle. But more importantly for Charlie, he chased the 70 with a 65 the next day, putting him in second place. It's the team tailor-made invitational. But for the most part, Charlie Woods has not won junior tournaments. He's not contended in junior tournaments. He missed the U.S. Open qualifier again, and good for him. He's going to go play college golf somewhere, I'm sure. But to shoot a 70 and only making 3 pars, think about that for a second.
That's 3 pars and a triple. Okay. Imagine what you have to do on the other 14 holes. and par's not in play to then shoot 2 under. So also he's chasing down, remember the homeschool kid from Jacksonville? Okay, the lefty who qualified for one of the big tournaments a year ago. That's who I think he's battling for the lead.
So that's at Stream Song, beautiful golf resort in the center of the state. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by our good friends at Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com. Whether you're looking for service, repair, or a new air conditioning system, we would love it if you gave the folks at Air Advantage a shot. And as always, when you do, please mention that Miller and Moulton sent you.
I thought you were going to say the coolest thing I've seen today was Tyrese Halliburton, 32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, no turnovers.
I'm trying to get something off the beaten path. I know. Story that, when someone goes to the water cooler today, they can say to their coworker, if they have any coworkers anymore.
That's true. If they go into work
Right.
anymore. But I was reminded of it this morning. All I can think of when I watch Tyrese Halliburton play is that he wasn't good enough to get on the floor for our Olympic team. Okay. They picked him over Brunson, and they're like, you're here in case somebody gets hurt. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. We need you maybe to practice. We need a body in practice. Okay. But, hopefully you get picked for another Olympic team because you're not going to see the action very much on this one. Okay. And little did Jason Tatum know that he was going to assume that role also. But it just goes to show. I really think, Mark, in basketball and a few sports, it should be like in bobsledding. You have Germany 1 and Germany 2. I mean, shouldn't we be able to, in a couple of sports, go USA 1, USA 2?
Yes.
Flag football, maybe? Coming up.
I despise that the NFL is pushing this the way that they are. Flag football in the Olympics is ridiculously stupid to me. I get all the reasons they're doing it. I understand growth the game, blah, 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 blah. Flag football, it's not a real sport.
Listen, I'm with you, but the Olympics, they jumped the shark on this like a generation ago. They went all the X Games sports and what have you. They're trying to appeal to younger people to watch. They're trying to be more trendy. They're trying to get a younger, bigger television audience. I mean, the NBC is like 75% of the IOC's money comes from NBC. I mean, they're doing these sports to totally cater to the US and NBC. And they're not being secretive about it either. They're like, you guys want this? You think this would be cool? Okay, yeah, sure, we'll do it. We'll add it to the Olympics. What the heck? How about this? USA 1, USA 2. The NFL guys are on USA 1. The guys that play flag football full-time, whatever, who are now going to be all bent out of shape, that some of them are not going to have spots on the team, they could be USA 2. Okay, good luck. Hopefully you guys will play for the gold.
Okay, I'm in.
Now that one you'd be interested in, right?
Not at all, David.
Not come on.
I'm doing that to appease you because the first things that were coming through my head I can't say on the radio.
But I do wonder, how come it's only in luge and bobsled that we're allowed to do the whole, certain countries, can have a 1 and a 2. I mean, how come, are there any other sports you can do that in? And that I'm missing?
Well, there aren't many other team competitions. I mean, it would be hockey. I'm trying to think in the Winter Games where there are other team competitions. There aren't a lot of team competitions in the Olympics, period.
Right. But I just love.
But I mean, in track and field, we're not allowed to have 2 4x100 teams, and we'd go silver and gold in that every time.
Yeah, probably, unless we drop the damn thing. Yeah, that's usually the only way we lose. So if we drop it. But I just love we got the Winter Olympics coming up in February in Italy, right?
Yes. And they just announced that Russia will not be able to play in the Olympic Games.
I know.
Not surprised by their decision. It stinks from a hockey standpoint.
No doubt.
I understand the reasons.
It's just tough to take world championships and the four nations and the Olympics as seriously as we should when you take one of the great hockey nations and tell them that they can't play.
Agreed. But yeah, no Malkin, no Ovechkin. In all likelihood, they've played in their last Olympics. Miller and Moulton, Seth Everett next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Seth.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. Recovering from the big holiday weekend.
Yeah? Did you do anything entertaining with your 3 days?
My daughter dodged a major bullet. A bunch of her friends got an Airbnb at Seaside Heights in Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And my ex wasn't comfortable. So she botched it. I'm not going to get into that whole thing, but my kid didn't go. Turns out that the adult that signed the Airbnb left. Now, my daughter's either lying or she didn't know that the guy left. It doesn't matter because she wasn't there, but that's a major factor. That would have made the decision easier.
Yes.
The owner of the house found the kids in the house and called the police on them. So my kid dodged a massive bullet.
Dude, what happened to all the kids that were there?
They got tossed out. They didn't have police reports or anything like that, but they got tossed out and their parents had to come get them a day and a half early.
Yeah, I mean, that was a usual occurrence in our day when someone's parents were out of town. We all, said we were spending the night somewhere and
You're right.
went to the house that was out of town. But the whole Airbnb thing.
It's different.
Well, yeah. I mean, first off,
right,
for the adult to rent it and leave, I would think that would be.
I think he would be in more trouble.
Right. There's some negligence there where they could, deposits not coming back and things like that.
I know. When my daughter texted me and told me, I said, "How much is your mother reveling?" And going, how loud did she say, "I told you so"? Because my thing is I trust my kid. And 9 times out of 10, I would err on the side of I give her the benefit of the doubt because she's always been that kid. I think you get credit for being a good kid. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
agree with that. I agree with that.
So I wasn't saying I was all for it. All I was saying was, unless I had a good reason not to, I wouldn't do it. But then did you see like the knife? This probably wasn't news down there, but there were knife fights and fist fights and all kinds of arrests.
Because I read the post pretty much daily. So yeah, I did see some of that.
Yeah. And it was all high school kids. It's not older kids. It was all high school kids that were there. Like it was like the animals had been let out of the barn. I said to my kid, "You're not seeing Seaside this summer. It's not happening."
Yeah, that would have been a big deal in our day.
Right?
Because it was about 50 miles north of that for me. And oh, yeah, Seaside that's where you went.
Yep. Let me do my little commercial here. Prince mugs, what every Prince fan wants.
Seth, people are wondering what happened to your new and improved lighting.
Oh, it's gone? It's not good lighting?
No.
It's dark?
A little better, but you were a little dark.
Yeah, when you lean over to your right side for whatever reason, now you're in the dark. Okay, sit straight up and light appears a little bit. There you go. God said, let there be light, and there is.
Does anybody in the Twitch chat room like my Star Wars shirt?
Yes, they love it.
The sarcasm.
Wow, that went straight to snark. That was straight snark.
Was snark. There was no sarcasm there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. We've had Steve Carney on the show. We've had John Forslund on the show. But this day and time, that's Seth Everett, baby. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Two terrific podcasts, two very different podcasts, two very successful podcasts. Takes a lot of talent to do that. Seth joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. You know, we did not do this poll question in your honor, but we probably should have because, you know, you have a lot of angst towards a lot of people. And our poll question is, which city sports teams do you root against the most? And usually, you know, you end up, you know, I hate these people. And then 6 months later, I hate these people. And now I hate
Usually
these
it's because they hate me first. But
well, exactly.
Yeah.
So just curious, which city sports teams do you root against the most? What would your vote be? That's our poll question, by the way, folks.
I know I voted.
Boston, New York, LA, or Philadelphia?
I said LA. But
really?
But I really don't care about their teams. I don't like the city. Philadelphia, I love right. Philadelphia. I hate the Flyers, but I don't mind the Phillies. I don't mind the Eagles. I don't watch the NBA, so I could care less. Boston, you know, I don't mind the Boston teams. I hated Tom Brady. You know, he was a cheater. He deflated those footballs. But
yeah, that was the reason they won all those Super Bowls. You're right.
100%.
Yep.
You know, I don't know. But I love Boston. I love Boston, and I'm on the air in Boston a lot. So you know, they don't bother me as much. I don't have any real angst against them. What I reminded when I saw your poll question was when I joined Twitter. And in 2011, I joined Twitter, and I was working for the Phillies. So I would say 80% of the people that followed me in the early days of Twitter were Philadelphia people. And I hate the Flyers. And I remember my daughter was 6 months old, and we took her to the mall in wintertime because you push her in the stroller so she'll fall asleep. And we were
Right.
in the mall, and the Devils were playing the Flyers in an afternoon game in Philly, and the Devils were winning 5-0 after 2 periods. And all I tweeted was, every one of those goals feels great. And they were like, "You're a traitor. You're not one of us. How could you not like the Flyers?" Because if I like the Phillies, you have to like all their teams. Heaven forbid. And I was ostracized for not liking the Flyers. And I can't stand the Flyers. They are my second biggest rival. I hate the Flyers.
Wow.
While you said you don't watch the NBA, and I know that to be true, Seth.
Yeah.
If I would have had Oklahoma City on there, would that have been your vote?
Yeah. No, that's easy. Oklahoma City, it's a crime that they even exist.
And they're going to win an NBA championship. I mean, they're going to
will.
get to the final.
But
they're damn good, and they're going to be favored to beat the Pacers.
Their slime ball owner has said that all the Sonics records are still in a warehouse, in like all their banners and such are in a warehouse in Seattle, and that if the NBA gives them an expansion team, they get those records back. That's what Clay Bennett has said.
Well, he should. I mean,
but the media has been saying, like, for example, if the Thunder make the finals, it's their third appearance. It's not. It's their first appearance.
Well, it's their second. They made it 13 years ago. Okay, in the
second.
Heat.
Sorry,
but also it would be their fourth because the Sonics made it in back-to-back years in '78 and '79. They lost and then they won.
Correct.
Okay, but no, I mean they should. When Seattle gets their expansion team, which they will by the end of the decade, it's Seattle and Vegas. It's a done deal. The commissioner has joked.
I know.
Okay, that the two expansion teams are going to be Seattle and Vegas.
I know, but Paul Allen putting the Blazers for sale has delayed the announcement.
Well, I think what's delayed the announcement, and I could be crazy, is LeBron's going to take his option. He's going to make his $54.5 million next year. Then he's going to retire. LeBron wants to own a team. He wants to own Vegas, and I think Adam Silver is going to help make that happen. So I think expansion's delayed until LeBron retires. I really do.
That stinks. It stinks for the people in Seattle that really care. I think what's going to happen is all the Seattle fans that were crying, in 2008 when the Thunder, when the Sonics left. And again, it has been well documented. It is such a conspiracy. Howard Schultz, David Stern, and Clay Bennett conspired to take this team out of the number 12 market and move them to Oklahoma City. It was a terrible, terrible relocation situation. But I think a lot of the fans who have been dying for a team back to get the NBA back in Seattle are going to go, man, they shoot a lot of threes.
Game has changed since they left. There's no
right?
doubt.
Like the whole league has transformed since the Sonics left. So if there is a person in Seattle, and I know people in the Seattle media that have said they have not watched one NBA game since the Sonics left, and that they will when the Sonics return, they are going to be like, their eyes are going to be open like, wow, what is all this?
I'll also make another prediction. If he can hang around long enough, I think Durant will finish his career with the very first year that the NBA is back in Seattle, because Durant is the last person in the NBA who played for the Sonics, right?
Correct. And he was not allowed to do any interviews his rookie year. They would not allow him to talk to the media. And it was one of the things that they thought was it was on purpose to make the Sonics less relevant, to soften the blow. There's a film called Sonics Gate. I think you can find it on Apple. Like it's like $4, but it's a remarkable documentary about the saga of what happened to that franchise. And there's 3 villains: Howard Schultz, the CEO of Starbucks; David Stern, the former commissioner; and Clay Bennett, this slimeball owner of the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's the Joker in the situation. Howard Schultz is the Riddler, and David Stern is the Lex Luthor of the whole thing.
Wow, you just combined. I mean, this is so bad to you. You combine Batman and Superman with the villains. I mean, that's big, Seth.
Yeah, well, David Stern, when Hurricane Katrina happened, and the then New Orleans Hornets couldn't play in their arena because of the damage, Clay Bennett said that the Hornets, they were the Hornets then, could play there rent-free. And there's an email that this documentary found, this email that between David Stern and said, thank you so much. I will personally see it to get you a team. And then it was just what patsy could they convince to sell to this guy, Clay Bennett, this Oklahoma businessman who owned an arena in Oklahoma. And Howard Schultz, the patsy, he is entitled to sell a franchise. People can sell franchises all the time. Steve Ballmer lived in Seattle and 4 years later bought the Clippers
for $2 billion, which was like 4 times what anybody had ever paid for a franchise before.
I don't care if you ever watch the NBA, the saga relocation to me is the most under-discussed, most controversial story in sports. Anytime you have it, anytime you have a new team going from one place to another, the story of the old city is terrible. And the Sonics are the worst one.
Well, and it's playing out in real time in baseball right now. Obviously, I mean, Oakland's in Sacramento. Yeah, we think they're going to Vegas, but there's not a shovel in the ground yet in Vegas. And fan support in Sacramento has been awful. The team was supposed to be better this year. They had a great second half a year ago, and they've lost like 10 of 11 or something like that. I mean, they're at a huge skid playing lousy baseball, and no one cares. I mean, I know how much you love Rob Manfred. He's got 2 franchises to fix right now between Tampa and the Athletics. And I don't know how close we are to fixing either, Seth.
He doesn't have right. I'm sure they're trying, but they're. I read I think it was the Athletic. I read the Athletic every day, and I think someone said the best way to describe the A's this year are just hapless, like they're lifeless. That franchise is just treading water. They hate where they are. They're miserable. And they're not achieving success. Like the young players are not doing their job. They're just hapless, and it's terrible.
I think this Orlando situation is a little more viable than anyone in Tampa is willing to acknowledge because let's face it, okay, Sternberg will sell if the price is right. Well, Orlando's getting in the ballpark of what reportedly he wants. I mean, Orlando has said we got $1.5 billion for a baseball team. Now, Stu has reportedly said, I'll sell the Rays if the price is $2 billion, which, by the way, is the expected expansion fee. So if you're Orlando, what's to prevent you from raising the other $500 million? In theory, you can buy the Rays and everything that comes with it, or you can start completely from scratch with nothing, and it's the same amount of money. I mean, once you've raised $1.5 billion,
100%,
it's not that hard to get to 2, especially if, Seth, it's all or nothing. You know, coming up 90% here, you don't get any credit. Either you get a team or you don't. So tell me the Morgan & Morgans, this dentist, quite frankly, Ken Griffey Jr. and a few other people, tell me they won't dig a little deeper and raise a little bit more money, okay, to get to $2 billion.
Well, and the interesting thing, to your point, I listened to an interview about the Paul Allen passed away,
right?
And his estate, they have to sell all the franchises, right? So the Blazers,
not the Seahawks.
That's not what I heard. I heard that they don't have to sell them immediately. They have to sell one at a time.
Right, and they're selling the Blazers now.
And Phil Knight, the Nike guy, said he's not interested in buying the Blazers. And the reason why that came up, and the Rays were brought up, the A's were brought up, the Sonics, the Vegas NBA team, all these people. There's only a finite amount of billionaires that want to buy sports teams. And as long as the more franchises that are being put up for sale, that's less bullets in the holster for guys like Manfred.
Well, right, like the Twins are up for sale right now. They can't get anybody who's a legitimate buyer.
Yep.
Right. I mean,
well, and you brought up.
That's why I think the valuations are wrong.
I'm with you, and with the Seahawks, and I know the NFL is the king of all, but you don't know what the long-term plans are of the 3 Irsay daughters. After Irsay passed, are they going to want to keep that team, or are they going to want to sell that team? And when you have franchises for sale, you can't expand.
Correct.
That's a tough spot, particularly, I think, the NBA is going to want a lot for an expansion franchise.
If the prices are high. And if the operating cost, and I make the analogy for baseball, if the operating costs are so bad and the payroll disparity is so terrible in that sport, why are the valuations for these franchises so high? Is the market calling for that? Because maybe the Dodgers are worth $8-9 billion, but what are the Marlins worth? And it just, there's only a certain amount of people that are saying, you know what, buying a sports franchise is something I want to do.
But all it takes is somebody to become the Steve Ballmer of their sport. The LA Clippers were not worth $2 billion, but Ballmer doing a solid for the league. And also, he wanted a team and he didn't want to mess around. And instead of, can I get $700 million? Can I get $800 million?
He could have privately financed the arena down in Seattle, and he just said, own the Sonics.
Right. And he just said, screw it. I want a team. I'll build an arena. $2 billion. Give me the team, and I'll do with it what I want.
Yep. And Howard Schultz would have come out looking like a hero in that Seattle situation.
All right, Seth, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. What do you got for us this week?
Sports with Friends is cool. It's a guy named Chris Donnelly. He has a new book out. This is his fifth book. He wrote a book about the Yankees and the Mets. It's called it's about the 2000 Subway Series. And what it is it traces the Mets and Yankees from the first interleague game in 1997. Interleague play started in 1997, and it traces both the Mets and the Yankees to that confluence to meeting in the 2000 World Series. And it's very personal for me because that's when I was with the Mariners. And I saw this all from a distance. So it was enlightening to me, and it was very interesting because, I always say that story when the Mariners lost to the Yankees in 2000, I asked my station, can I stay? I'll stay at my mom's house. Can I stay and cover the Subway Series? And they said, there's not a human being in the city of Seattle that gives a crap about the Yankees playing the Mets. And this book is exactly what I missed. It's fascinating. Hall of Justice is Brandon Roberts. He did the music for season 2 of Andor. He's the composer.
All right.
Andor, Andor, Star Wars, dude.
Just
Andor, so good. You'll see it when it wins all its Emmys.
Music from Star Wars. I mean, their music was pretty iconic. Why wouldn't you just reuse the music?
Right.
You make new music.
Why?
Not as good as the original.
What? You don't know that. You didn't hear it.
Do you make new music in Rocky?
No. No. Look, they have themes, but you make new music.
You say so. I don't know. Old stuff's pretty good. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. He's pretty good, and he just joined us on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid, makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
To SC Stecker, first off, thanks for listening, I should say. Secondly, Marlins are not worth $1.89 billion. They just did the evaluations of franchises like a month or so ago. The Marlins are barely worth over $1 billion. The Marlins are actually worth a little less than what Bruce paid for the franchise. He paid 1.1, I think, 1.15, and they were valued at 105. Trust me, if the Marlins owners could get 1.9 billion, I'll bet you they'd sell. Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant 1.89 billion. Got it. Well played.
So, how pissed would you have been if heading into 6th grade and you have your summer, to do what you want with?
Right.
If your mother put you in a 1-week reading camp at school. That's what my daughter gets to do. She has a reading camp for a week. Now they get to, like, one of their assignments they get a jump start on, but yes, she basically gets to go to school for a week and read. She's so pissed.
I could see where she would be. Now, it was a little different with me because it was just me and my mom, and I kind of, I didn't have a vote, and my mom needed to, so I was always in camps because I needed to be occupied. But
there's camps.
Yeah, and then there's that, right?
Then there's reading camp.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that. I've never heard of that. Wow. Not only that, you taught her to get straight A's.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to look at her mom and go, Mom, what did I do to deserve this? It's not like I got a C in English.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, though, I went to something like that, but it was suggested to me when I was in junior high.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us in the 239 and the 904. If you missed Steve Carney, John Forslund, Seth Everett, those interviews have all been posted. MillerandMoulton.com, MillerandMoulton.com. Steve, John, and Seth joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So kicking around on this hump day, and we didn't really get into this outside of the first hour, in which we didn't offer up our 2 cents. Which proposal would you, Mark, say you're a decision maker? Let's just say you're Sankey. Coaches want one proposal, ADs want another. Coaches want the 5+11 proposal. Top 5 conferences in the country get their conference champion automatically in the playoff. And then 11 at-large spots up for grabs. May the best teams get them.
Look, if I'm Sankey and Petiti, I'm doing exactly what the ADs are talking about. I'm trying to get as many of my teams in this tournament as humanly possible. So if it's 4 automatic bids and 3 at large at the end, if I'm the ADs, if I'm the presidents, if I'm the commissioner of a league, that's what I'd go for. I don't think it's what's best for college football. And Sankey spent most of yesterday defending himself when people pressed on him that this isn't for the best interest of college football. And he tried to really go after the Big 12 and the ACC commissioners, saying that their comments were basically, it was thought out and planned how they were going to post things, and they posted within a few hours of each other of what they wanted. I don't think what the SEC and the Big Ten are doing is the best for college football. But if you ask me from the standpoint if I'm an AD or the commissioner of a league, it changes as to what conference I'm in to the way I'd think. I think what's best for college football, just me, is the 5-11 model. The SEC's still going to get 5 or 6 teams in every year anyhow.
Well, I agree. Here's the problem with the 5-11 proposal, though. The SEC league schedule would remain 8 games. It would not go to 9. Because the coaches are like, no, we want an open competition for those 11 at-larges. And if we keep the schedule exactly the way it is now, we'll schedule our one big non-conference game, and then we'll schedule 3 wins. And we'll make sure that we get our spots. But if you go with the 4 automatics for the SEC and the Big Ten, but then we're also going to go to the 9-game schedule. What Kirby and Lane and other coaches said yesterday, Mark, is you're only going to get 4. If you go with our proposal, you'll be getting 5 and 6.
So what's best for college football and what's best for the SEC and Big Ten are 2 completely different things. Do I think the SEC should play 9 conference games? I do. Do I think it's going to happen? No. Now, there are a few schools. LSU's always a school that, to me, plays a couple of non-conference games. They've never had a problem playing a home and home and then playing one of those neutral site games. Florida, largely, but they're in a bind because of the Georgia game. But even Georgia, where they have Tech every year, they scheduled Notre Dame. If they play 8, I think we're going to get more of that. They should play 9 and still do that. Last year probably got a lot of SEC coaches upset because of how Indiana was able to secure their spot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they looked at Indiana and went, they couldn't go 500 with an easy schedule in our league. And they're playing for the playoff over Alabama and Ole Miss. And they just looked at that and said, we can't let that happen. We're not going to 9. Our conference is better.
If I were the Big 12 and the ACC, I would agree to the 4 auto bids for the SEC and the Big 10 as long as the SEC changed to a 9-game conference schedule. Because then what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get a 3rd team. They're trying to get a 5th team. That's what I'm competing with. My 3rd team against their 5th place team for one of the 2 or 3 at-large spots that's available. Because also, let's just go to last year. If we had had a 16-team playoff last year, the SEC would have gotten 5. Now, we had a 12-team playoff. They only got 3. But they would have gotten 5 minimum. They might have gotten 6. Because the only other one infiltrating the SEC teams there was Miami. The Big 12, unfortunately, they had all their 3rd, 4th, and 5th place teams behind that collection of SEC teams in the final standings. But believe it or not, Mark, if I'm the Big 12 and the ACC, I want you guys, yes, you're going to get 4 every year. So we'll give you 4. Well, you got to play in the SEC, you got to play 9. I won't agree to this proposal until you guys agree to play 9. Just so you know. And remember, only takes 1 no vote. They have until December 1st to change the format.
Well, help me out on the no vote, because I've read a lot of things that, yeah, they can vote no, but they've kind of relinquished the power to the Big 10, the SEC, and their television partners. So are you sure it just takes 1 no? Because some of that power, the way I read it's been given up to the 2 big conferences.
Well, it says it in the bylaws. Now, it's a difficult spot for the Big 12 and the ACC. The ACC's broadcast partners, ESPN. The Big 12's broadcast partners are both Fox and ESPN. And obviously, they're going to be leaning pretty hard on you. First off, if I'm the ACC, I'd look at ESPN and go, hey, I'm trying to get you a 9th SEC conference game, which will be shown at our expense, by the way. Okay? So don't give us any grief.
Hell, the Big 10 plays 9 conference games and still can't put a good week 2 schedule on the board for their television partners.
A few other weeks than that, but
yeah, right off the bat, that's just
you got that right.
I'm looking at what the networks might carry, and when I see the big Friday night games, Michigan State and Boston College, I went, good God. Are there 6 people that want to watch that? And I'm a Michigan State grad. Are you kidding me?
I think week 2, I'm flying into Portland. I think we have Oklahoma State, Oregon.
Yeah.
I've seen that tentatively listed as our game. So, okay. At least it's 2 Power 4s. See if Gundy still has the mullet.
The part of this that they need to figure out, and I wish they'd be a little bit more open with, David, is how to put more value on strength of schedule or strength of non-conference schedule to incentivize these teams to play better games. But while Indiana gets in with what they did and Alabama doesn't or Miami doesn't, you've got to reward the schedule as much as you reward the number in the loss column.
Well, Sankey even had a line yesterday in which he said, well, it's pretty obvious that the playoff committee values what's in the right-hand column more than what's in the left. And basically, you guys keep talking about you want all these better games. Yeah, the fewest number of losses is what gets you in the playoff. So why are we going to schedule more conference games? Why do you want us to schedule more what? No offense. The playoff committee keeps telling us that's not important.
And the playoff committee acts largely the opposite of the basketball committee that rewards the tough schedule, that, quite frankly, screws a mid-major with 26 wins every year. It's the opposite of what they do in hoop. So to me, they've got to figure out what's most important to them. And they bypass that by trying to do 4-4-2-2. You know, I don't know what the best scenario is for the ACC and the Big 12. I really don't, because I don't know how many times they're ever going to get more than 2, even if we go to 16.
Last year, the ACC, as it turned out, would have gotten 3. But yeah, that if we go a 10-year cycle, how many times do you think the ACC will get 3 or more? Over, under 3.5?
Under. I'll put that same bet with you on the Big 12, but I'll move the over-under to 1.5.
Ooh, I might go over on 1.5, but I would go under on 2.5. Yep.
So however this shakes out, it really comes down to, do we want the regular season with 9 SEC games and guaranteeing all these spots for their teams in the playoff, or the 5-11 model and they stay at 8? Because you're not going to get both.
If I'm ESPN, by the way, I am lobbying Sankey really hard for the 5+11 model, but can you turn 8 to 9? And I'll give you the money for you to get over the angst. Because here's the other thing it would save, Mark. It would save the conference championship games. Okay, right now, we start going to automatic bids. Well, everybody who's in the conference championship game is in the playoff. ACC, Big 12, Big 10, SEC. Well, if you're only guaranteeing the conference champion, and by the way, financially, that's a $4 million game. They just laid it out yesterday. You're one of the top 5 conference champs. You get $8 million. You're one of the others, you get $4 million.
If they could pull that off and do the 5-11 model and get 9 SEC conference games, that solves all the problems.
I think so.
But the SEC is very reluctant. The coaches have drawn their line in the sand. They're not going to 9 games.
And if I'm Sankey and the ADs and the university presidents, I look right at all these coaches making $7 million to $12 million and go, shut up and cash the checks.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay, Irish football. I will just take you with what you said. The SEC's bottom's not good. Who's the best program in the Big 12? Obviously, you've taken off and you're not listening, but that's all right. Because the best program in the Big 12, whichever program you would consider that to be, place it in the SEC and where would you rank it? Because I don't think it makes the top 6, might not make the top 8. Alabama's better than anything in the Big 12. Georgia's better than anything in the Big 12. Tennessee's better than anything in the Big 12. Texas is better than anything in the 12. Florida is better than anything in the Big 12. Ole Miss is better than anything in the Big 12, and so's LSU. That's where their argument is. David, Irish put a couple things I didn't want to answer on air, but he said the bottom of the SEC is not good. Okay, whatever. Who's the best program in the Big 12, and where would you rank it in the SEC? I don't even know what the best program in the Big 12 is. I really don't. But I don't think they're any better than 8th in the SEC. Like, I'll tell you right now, LSU, Ole Miss, I missed A&M. A&M, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, Oklahoma, Alabama. That's 9. Well, that's why I do 5 and 11, Michael, because I think I'm getting 5 or 6 every year. Every year. I agree with Lane Kiffin wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think they're making a mistake. Now, I know they're thinking, well, we're locked in for 4 and we could get more, but I actually think you get the committee going, you got your 4.
Pump the brakes on
think
Vandy over there.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, Arizona State would be the 8th best team in the SEC. 8th. One, you got to remember,
But
Irish, they play an easy schedule. They do not play the same competition all year long. And they
also,
played the game of their life in that game.
right. I mean, thinking about take the Big 12 team, and if they played in the SEC, how, on a consistent basis, how would they fare? Well, I think first off, we have to see how it's going to shake out in the next 2 to 3 years in the Big 12 as to who the elite teams are consistently. Colorado had one good year. I'm telling you, beware BYU.
I think BYU or Utah are that's where Utah's done a really good job for a decade in football.
Beware BYU. You could even argue 2 decades. Remember the Alex Smith, Urban Meyer 04 Utah
Yeah,
team.
you're right. By the way, Ryan Day and Saban are apparently playing together in the Memorial Pro-Am today.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up. You said something in our last 5 seconds of the commercial break, and my initial reaction was very snarky. But this could be a terrific poll question. If we were in Ohio, I think this would be a tremendous poll question. But we could get away with it also. So, who dyes their hair more, Ryan Day or Nick Saban? Because apparently they're playing together in the same Pro-Am foursome at Jack's tournament, the Memorial.
Nick.
Now, Ryan Day brings the, mustache beard into the equation also. Because doesn't he dye that so it's pitch black? Like he doesn't, like Henrik Lundqvist. I don't understand. For those of you that watch hockey, the TNT pregame show, obviously I love Lundqvist. I'm a Rangers fan. Okay. Greatest goalie in franchise history, even though they didn't win the cup. But Henrik wears the best suit on set. He doesn't have a single gray hair, but he's going with the beard look, and the beard looks total salt and pepper with just as much pepper as salt, or just as much salt as pepper. It's like, Henrik, why show that on your face if you're clearly doing something with your hair?
Well, it's not clearly, because I will tell you, David, as you've said, I have 4 gray hairs. I used to wear facial hair. I don't, because it's largely gray.
Okay. I guess
so
it's possible.
It's possible.
So you're sticking up
when
for
you
Lundqvist.
and I take time on our show to literally voice a complaint about one of the best looking people in sports television right now, I think we have to stop.
I'm probably out of line.
Just a little bit.
I am.
A little bit. Drinks are on the house.
The house. Yeah. He is staggeringly good looking.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of the Memorial, Jack had some comments yesterday because Rory's skipping the tournament, and Jack had to work very hard to defend Rory while explaining Rory didn't call him to let him know he wasn't playing. Rory's playing the Canadian Open next week and then the U.S. Open. So he took the Memorial off. He's not missed the Memorial since 2017. And they almost tried to bait Jack into throwing shade at Rory yesterday, and Jack wouldn't bite. Jack basically said, hey, I haven't talked to him in a while. Rory's a great kid. I've talked to him a lot. Apparently, they talked this year before the Masters, where Rory sought advice from Jack on how to play certain things at Augusta.
Well, that's the part that I think some of the media members were going to, that they understand. And even Jack said Rory prefers to play the week before a major. Okay. And so therefore, and the Canadian Open, it's a national open. He's trying to support it. Jack was fine with that. The point that I think certain writers in the room had a problem with was that you helped him win the Masters. He came to you and said, listen, obviously I need help here. You won it 6 times. Can you walk me through the course? And Jack apparently did. Apparently it was like a 2-hour conversation. And so then, certain members of the golf media were like, he couldn't even just call you to say, hey, normally I play your tournament. I'm not going to this year. I hope you're not upset. And so that's where I think they were going.
But
you're right.
I merely, and they have every right to ask any questions they want of. That's the media's job. You ask questions, answer them how you will. Jack deflected every single question. He said, I had to make decisions sometimes that were tough on tournaments. You set your schedule based on certain things, and Rory did that. He did everything he could do because they were trying to get him to bash Rory, and he did not.
Well, they also then went down the road of, do you have an obligation to talk after the round? And I will say, Jack said, I've always had the attitude, if you guys want to talk to me, then I'll talk. And now clearly that's not how they feel today, because Rory didn't talk any of the 4 rounds of the PGA.
Not one.
And obviously there's a big thing with the media, because now some of the big, name guys are not talking to him, and they're not happy about it. And clearly, Mark, like other leagues, like you skip out on a planned media thing, NHL, NBA, NFL, they fine you. Now, we can all laugh at the fines for what these guys are making, but the PGA Tour commissioner, they ain't setting any rules.
No, it is interesting, though. The PGA Tour commissioner, which says these guys are not independent contractors, that they've signed a deal. I mean, we go back to the Live days, David. These guys signed an agreement with the PGA that they're not essentially independent contractors. They've signed a deal with the tour. Then why shouldn't the PGA Tour put something in place that says you have to speak to the media? Seems like that would be pretty simple.
Of course, the PGA Tour ducks by going, well, the majors, we're not in charge of any of the majors. You want to talk about why so-and-so didn't talk at the PGA, you need to talk to the PGA of America. Now it'll be interesting if the day ever comes where somebody doesn't talk at the Players, which is the biggest event on the PGA Tour. It is interesting, though. If somebody in a green jacket walked up to Rory and said, yeah, your presence has been requested in the media room,
he would say, yes, sir.
I was going to say he would turn right around. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know if the USGA, the RNA, and now with Rory, I'd like to think the RNA would, but we'll see. Clearly, nobody. First off, do they have a blazer, the PGA of America? And if so, what color is it? But we don't know if anybody walked up to Rory and said, hey, you got to go in there and talk.
And one of the things that came out yesterday that I completely missed, and I apologize to our audience because it's something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I was a little bummed out about what the truth was. But Blizzard Gate came to a close when Brad Marchand disclosed that he was eating honey in between periods, when the rumor was out there that he was downing a DQ Blizzard between periods of Game 3. And as someone who loves ice cream, because apparently he took the boys out for blizzards when they were on an off day, when they were in Raleigh. And so there was a thought that when they had him in the locker room eating a spoon, that it was a blizzard, but it was just honey.
Really? There was a white substance on the spoon, though. It didn't look like honey. It really.
So you're
did.
bringing Blizzard Gate back. I only want to ask Marchand one question: is that has he ever had a concrete mixer from Culver's? Because when you put the concrete mixer up against the Blizzard, it's a personal preference at that point. The Blizzard's outstanding. I think the concrete mixer's even better.
but it should lead to a solid sponsorship opportunity for Marchand.
Well, yeah. Plus, not only that, Paul Maurice got involved. He started talking about how the general manager, Bill Zito, is like loves his ice cream. Okay. Maurice then offered up if it was me, it would have to have some kind of cherry or berry in it.
I wish, and they do a little bit of it, they need to focus more on Paul Maurice. What he is doing in these press conferences, the comments about Bobrovsky, the last 2 goals being horse blank, they were empty net goals. What do you do to motivate your players after a loss? I call them names. I mean, he is so deadpan, so dry, and so damn funny. That guy's good for the sport. Everything about Paul Maurice is great for the game of hockey.
Looked straight into the media, asked the question about your team's reputation for being dirty. He goes, what are you talking about? They're a bunch of nice guys. They're all churchgoers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It also proves just how bad the Big 12 is, Irish. Because do you know who the 2 wins Mississippi State had were against? I'll let you know. UMass and Eastern Carolina. Do you know who their closest loss was against all year? Arizona State. Arizona State. They played them tougher than any of their SEC opponents and their other non-conference game, which was Toledo. Toledo beat them 41-17. The gauntlet that was ASU beat them by a touchdown. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but Irish football, it's almost irrelevant that the bottom of the SEC is bad. First off, the bottom of every conference is bad. Secondly, we're talking about the top part of the conference. We're talking about the playoff.
Once again, Irish, I'm asking you like I did last break. Who do you consider to be the best program in the Big 12? No, Deadstroke, I know he knows everything. That's why I told him to apply for that Broncos job, the head of intelligence or whatever it was. He's the smartest person I've ever seen in a chat room. And then when I ask him a direct question, when I know you're listening, you give me the, I stepped away for a little bit. Of course you did. And then you fire at me when I'm doing a radio show. You have my undivided attention right now. Every bit of it, Irish. When I do the show, I actually got some crap going on. Can't sit there and watch the chat room.
Oh, CU's a tough sell.
That's not really. They've never made a conference championship game. You think they're better than Utah? You don't even know the conference you follow.
I mean, I'd have to put K-State and Iowa State ahead of CU just, over length of time. I think it's going to take a few years here to weed out the to Big 12 and to find out who the cream is. And it needs to be UCF by the end of the decade. They need to get there.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Oh, Irish, you'd have to acknowledge they haven't made it in over 20 years.
I apologize. They made it back when they were in the Big 8 or Big whatever they were then. But let's make sure we retire Shedeur Sanders' jersey.
Yeah, Irish, we're huge Dion guys. But, they're ranked in the bottom, 6, 7 spots.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Getting over the hump with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Magic numbers are 92 and 99, by the way. 13 weeks tomorrow, the first big Thursday, heading into Labor Day weekend of the college football season. 14 weeks tomorrow, Eagles host the Cowboys. Get the 2025 NFL party started. 92 and 99.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by our friends at Game Day Men's Health. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Or online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton. Get 10% off. We start in 1830 today. Not a great day in our nation's history. President Andrew Jackson signs the Indian Removal Act, a key law leading to the forced removal of
several tribes out of Georgia and surrounding states, setting the stage for the Cherokee Trail of Tears. The Dodge Brothers and Chrysler merged today in 1928. Today in 1937, Volkswagen was founded under the control of Hitler and the Nazi Party. It was the state-owned automobile company, or the People's Car Company. Today in 1951, after starting his MLB career going 0 for 12, New York Giant Willie Mays hits his first major league home run at the Polo Grounds. Today in 57, the National League approves baseball's move to the West Coast for those Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers. David, today in 1962, on CBS Radio, we had the premiere of The Wide World of Sports with your host, Chris Schenkel. Creedence Clearwater Revival released their self-titled debut album today in 1968. Also today in 68, the National League grants San Diego a franchise, the Padres obviously, and the American League announces it's splitting into 2 divisions. 1972, the White House plumbers first break-in at the Democratic National Headquarters. They install listening devices at the Watergate complex. Wonder how things would turn out with that.
So unnecessary. I mean,
Right.
honestly,
This was how paranoid was he and they?
I mean, my goodness. I mean, you'd already run Muskie off. You were going to be running against McGovern. You thought you needed to hear what they were saying? I mean, this sucker was over.
David, today in 1977, Sting, Stuart Copeland, and Andy Summers performed together for the first time. They would become the Police. Today in 1978, Al Unser Sr. wins his 3rd Indy, holding off Tom Sneva.
Hear those names.
Yeah, I did that for you.
Unser Sr., Sneva.
1982, an iconic movie hits the theaters, David. Rocky III.
Oh, jeez.
Eye of the Tiger by Survivor.
Oh, yeah.
Stallone asked them to write and record the song when he couldn't get permission to use Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. If Queen grants permission, we may never get Eye of the Tiger. And where would we be as a society without Eye of the Tiger?
I was going to say that now that's something to hold against Freddie Mercury when I see him down the road. Go, really? Really? You couldn't go another one?
Wait a minute. You don't like Eye of the Tiger?
Oh, for good. Come on. I mean, please. Like, we really needed that song?
Yes, we did.
Oh, please. You like Rocky IV, for goodness sake. So I'm talking.
I
to the wrong
do.
guy. Man.
Better 2 people beating their brains out than 200 million.
Today in 1995, here in Southwest Florida, outside of Tampa, we got a new area code. We used to be 813. Then we became the 941. That would not last very long, as the 239 would come into effect down the road. 98, Phil Hartman was killed by his wife.
Oh, boy. Was working in Fargo. She lived in our viewing area growing up. Oh, it was a tough story.
Today in 2000, Juan Pablo Montoya becomes the first rookie winner of the Indy 500 since Graham Hill did it in 1966. 2003, Patrick Waugh announces his retirement from the National Hockey League. And in 2006, Barry Bonds hits number 715, passing Ruth on the Major League Baseball all-time list. Jim Thorpe, Ian Fleming, who wrote all the Bond books, and Jerry West would have celebrated birthdays today. Hockey coach and player Terry Crisp is 82. Gladys Knight and Rudy Giuliani are both 81. John Fogerty from CCR is 80. Glenn Rice is 58. Marco Rubio is 54 today. What did I miss, David?
Don't you think Glenn Rice could hang out in the corner and just bury 4 or 5 threes a game still at 58?
Yeah, I do. As a
I
matter
mean,
of fact.
in today's NBA, I think you could still use Glenn Rice. Well, you went with Eye of the Damn Tiger. So 1 year later in '83, it's the cream of the crop. A year later, once again, the great music continued in America. We didn't have a drug problem or anything. Irene Cara goes number 1 with the Flashdance theme.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I had like several goods yesterday. I've been stockpiling them for when I need them. But you got to give it up for Olivia, I think it's Jacquith. She is a local news anchor on CBS 6 in Albany, New York.
Okay.
She does the morning newscast. As we all know, the morning newscast starts very early and lasts seemingly forever.
Correct. News and weather, at the top and bottom of the hour and every 10 minutes in between.
But her co-anchor began the show saying we do have some breaking news this morning. Literally, Olivia's water has broke and she is anchoring the news now in active labor.
Wow.
She did the entire 3-hour morning show after her water broke and she was going through contractions, experiencing labor pains while doing a 3-hour show. David, we do a damn show every day. She did it while going through labor. That's like broadcast Hall of Fame stuff to me.
A, she's got to get a job off this if she wants it. B, do you know how much it now sucks to be the other anchors at Channel 6 in Albany?
Right. How do you get a day off? How do you call in sick?
Right. Okay. Man, talk about pressure.
No
and
kid.
even at the other stations in Albany. Honestly, it's got to suck now to be an anchor in Albany, New York.
She said, I'm happy to be here. I'll stay on the desk for as long as I possibly can. But if I disappear, that's what's going on. Having the entire morning team alongside me, cracking jokes, helped me get through the contractions much easier. Her baby boy, Quincy, was announced on Thursday of last week. I just think that's a hilarious story. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where neighbors are running after attacks have been going on in the Surfside Boulevard neighborhood, where a duck has been becoming very aggressive towards neighbors. In fact, he bit one of the neighbors. The duck's aggression has not been limited to one person. Richard Guy, another neighbor, has also been attacked by the bird. We'll try to keep you updated. Finally, the ugly. We go to Panama City, Florida, where Zach Barfield is an a-hole. There's just no two ways about it. He was sentenced to 30 days in prison and fined $51,000 for poisoning, shooting, and killing dolphins.
Wow.
He's a fishing captain. While we all know a dolphin can root a honey hole in a matter of seconds, you don't shoot or poison the dolphin. I think 30 days is not enough for this guy. That's just my personal opinion. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, May the 28th, here on Miller and Moulton. And I've got to say, I got a text yesterday from one of our listeners giving me a story. And I've had a steadfast rule with these. I've changed it over the years. If someone dies on the story, there's no humor in that. There's nothing good, bad, or ugly about someone getting shot and dying. I stay away from death. You'll have to text me at 21,000 if Darwin Award type stories
should make the list. I've mostly kept them out.
But send them to David because he loves the morbid. He keeps track of it all the time. I mean, come on. I am the one most likely to send the text when someone passes away. Okay, so-and-so's name, comma, and their age. That's more likely to be me than it is you or John or anybody else that we text with.
You're right. You're right. I think it's because you've got too much free time on your hands and you're spending a little bit too much time on X during the day.
Well, there's no doubt until football season, yes. In fact, last night, my wife and I had about a 7-second beef, and I just went into a room and sat there, and she came in like half hour later and said, "Are you mad at me?" "Oh, I'm not mad at you. I just need to get away from you." I go, "And you probably need to get away from me too. We're spending entirely too much time together." Everybody's playing in baseball today. 8 of the games are this afternoon, including the Rays hosting the Twins at 1 o'clock. The Marlins and Padres are playing a West Coast 1 o'clock game. So first pitch is a little after 4 o'clock. I believe Skeens is pitching today for the Pirates. They're a pick'em, basically. They're like plus 110. Okay, but it's Zach Gallen against Paul Skeens. Can the Pirates win 2 in a row? You laying the 8.5 with Oklahoma City?
I will.
Thunder trying to wrap up Western Conference Finals, advance to the NBA Finals for the second time in their franchise history. We don't count the Seattle part on this show because they don't count it really in their franchise history. There are no banners in the building for the Sonics or anything like that. Thunder are 7-1 at home in the playoffs. 8 o'clock ESPN. Do the Panthers go to the finals tonight for the third straight year?
I think they do. They've done a great job closing teams out on the road. I don't see tonight being any different.
They've won 4 straight on the road between Toronto and Carolina to the tune of 22-4, 7-2 on the road in the playoffs. This would be their third straight trip to the finals following the Lightning's 3 straight trip to the finals. The road to the finals in the NHL goes through Florida. Got it? Have we made that abundantly clear?
That's just in hockey, not in football the way you'd like it to be.
Right. 8 o'clock TNT tonight for the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL. If by chance you're listening on the radio, John Forslund, our buddy, who was on the show earlier, on the call.
They made the switch in the conference finals on satellite radio to go with the national broadcast. Throughout the playoffs, whatever game was on the NHL network was the home announcers mostly. But I happened to jump in the car for a little bit during game 4, and I listened to Forslund doing the game, and I was like, oh, this is terrific. So if you have the satellite radio, you can catch him there as well.
So there you go. That's what's going on. You know, I tell you about the Indiana Fever and the WNBA, but Caitlin's not playing. So, I mean, is anybody really interested? You know. It's on NBA. No, it's on NBA TV. My guess is 38 people will watch.
Yeah, that's a blow to that league. And I've seen a couple of doctors that report on these things saying 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Not so sure.
Yeah, we said that yesterday. 2 becomes 4 pretty quickly with those strains. Hey, have a great rest of your hump day. And Miller and Moulton will do it tomorrow. It's what we do.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.